Hi, it's stream number 272. I wish I could memorize these numbers and I have to look off camera to see. Oh, yeah, 272. So, hey, I squared, and hey there, Nui. Welcome. It's for me, it's a Monday morning, 10 a.m. Actually, I started a few minutes early. Mondays for me always start off slower, so I thought I might as well just start early. All right, how did everybody's weekend go? I hope everyone had a great weekend. I'm going to be, I guess, in day 3 now of doing unit tests in Lua. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Let's see how far I got. So the last one I was on was NPC spawning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm probably going to skip NPC AI because that's a huge one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's quite a bit, aren't there? But these constants don't count. Some of them are shorter than others. I think I'm going to hit all the short ones right now. Maybe I'll start from the top. Attack is not a short one because it has math random and roll damage. Combat is not short. Constants I'm not going to test. Death tax has... It's relatively short. It's going to have either reduce our gold or destroy our gold if we have less than 3. Yeah, let's do death tax first today. Let me pick a small one here. Copy that, call this death tax test. Oop. Okay. Okay, so if you missed the last couple streams, what I've been doing lately is going through all of the Lua scripts I have in my game and making unit tests for them so that once everything is caught up from then on, any changes or additions to the game scripts will be done using test-driven development so that I have a better handle on the stability and what's the word? Stability means that it doesn't change so much. I'll have a grip on the stability because let me just toss that word out. Stability is not the right word. Quality. I'll have a better grip on the quality of the scripts because I'll be able to test individual functions before I assemble them into bigger constructs and hopefully have fewer bugs. So it's going to take several days, but I'm going through all of these scripts and adding tests for them. You almost forgot I was streaming. Oh, let's play around with this thing. Nui says, almost forgot you were streaming now because you thought you were going to stream at 1900 hours, but we set the time back. Oh, yeah. The daylight savings time is changing for people, isn't it? Yeah. Hopefully the stream time extension, as broken as it is, helped a little bit. All right. So I'm using some tools I made a couple weeks ago. The extensions I use in VS Code include Google Test Explorer and the Test Explorer UI. Together, those give me this panel in VS Code, which I haven't loaded yet today, so it's going to take a moment to load. But it's going to list all my unit tests. So I went ahead and made a project called Moon Unit, which looks like Google Test and acts like Google Test, but yet runs all my Lewis stuff instead. And it looks like this. So it shows the same pass-fail stuff. It groups tests by fixture or suite, however you want to call it. And if you click on an individual test, it will show you the results, and you can also navigate to the tests in the Lua code. And if there were failures, it would display them. And expectations in tests are supported just like in Google tests. So there's expect equal, expect not equal, less than, greater than, etc., etc. So using that tool I made a couple weeks ago and to make a unit test now. Stream time thing did change, but you didn't look at it. Oh, okay. Yeah, daylight savings time is gonna be a little bit disruptive, isn't it? All right, death tax test. Death tax. All right. Death tax is going to be called with a player entity. And then we're going to expect modify component delta to be called. So just like in one of these other tests, we will mock modify component delta to capture the information that's passed to it in a list. And I'll just grab, actually I don't need that much, I just need this much. Oh, I want to run this multiple times, so I do want this one. There are a couple different paths through death tax, right? Oh, that's interesting. If you have 2 slots, if you've broken your money between 2 slots, it will tax both of them. I forgot I did that. I guess it makes sense. That way you can't like try to avoid the tax by taking a large stack of gold and splitting it between 2 stacks. You'll get the 90% cut of each one. So yeah, I'll want to have a couple different test calls because there are multiple paths to this code, right? There's a loop, and there are 2 conditionals. One is if something isn't money, and the other one is if it's money and there's less than 3 of it, or more, or 3 or more of it. Just trying to think how I'm going to do that. So player's going to have items. Going to call with entity component of type. I have that here, right? Entity component of type. So I need to have this set up. Game dot components dot player, and then we can invent a player ID. Actually, I can just call it here player entity. It's 10, and then use that here. Hey there, Slickver. Happy Monday to you too. Hi. I need to start looking at the camera more. I usually just am looking at where I have chat, but my camera is right there, not down there. So I should say hi and look at the camera and say, I hope you had a great weekend. Looking at the camera is still kind of weird to me though. I don't know how many of you have practiced or experienced talking to a camera, but it's kind of like someone who is staring at you and not reacting to anything you say. And so you have to kind of imagine that there's someone on the other end of that lens there, and it can be kind of daunting. Very personable, yeah, but it's daunting to the person being filmed. Let me tell you that. All right. Since it's Monday, it's been several days. Some of the stuff is not coming to me immediately, so I'm referring to some of the older tests. Save test. Oh, save test didn't care if it was a player. Or did it? No, it did. Right, right, okay, there it is. But it didn't matter, it didn't care what was in the player. This one will care about the player's items only. Right, so it should have like items. Something in there. Hey there, M. Perry and Mickey Maven. How are you two doing? Hope you had a great weekend. Yeah, God bless George. What's George doing in the dungeon right now? He's probably just doing his duty. Yep, there he is, trying to kill that slime. Here, we'll give him something to do. Go chase that slime. Yeah, got him. Got him. Got him again. This week seems such a distant future right now. Oh, the week. Why does the week seem such a distant future right now? You also forget U.S. don't have daylight savings. Actually, we do. Right now, it's still Pacific Daylight Time for me. Oh, the weekend. I was, just like every Sunday, I was hoping last night that I could have another day off. I guess hoping isn't the right word. Wishing. I was wishing I could have another day off. Sometimes I wish the weekend were 3 days and not two. You've heard of George in the Jungle? Wait until you hear about George of the Dungeon. Yeah. So they switched this weekend. Yeah, and like Australia switched a few weeks ago, and I don't know when we're switching. Probably soon. I probably should. I can look this up, right? Pacific Daylight Time. Switch, right? Ends. Ends when? How come I'm not getting an answer from Google? Shouldn't there be an easy answer to this? I should just phrase my search differently. When does daylight savings end? Ah, there we go. Sunday, November 3rd. So next week I'll be 1 hour what? Shifted back, fall back, spring forward, fall back. That's right. I always get time differences muddled in my head. Chet has the answer before Google. Yeah. I was doggedly looking at myself. I didn't want any hints. This weekend, yeah. We need to all move to UTC. I have to start I've had to start thinking of UTC as well as my local time for a couple different things. A squared is not a bot. If A squared was a bot, they're very intelligent for a bot. Yeah, I have to start thinking about UTC because my viewers are worldwide, and like I don't know. I think it helps to start thinking of the time UTC so that if the question comes up, I can answer. Yeah, I start at 1700 hours UTC right now, but then it'll change to 1800 hours UTC next week because we're moving back. So we start 1 hour later. Yeah. Okay, I think I got it. Good thing I have you whitelisted, A squared. That's all I have to say. Someone in here because of unit tests in the title. What framework are we using? I'm using a combination of two things. So I made a program called Moon Unit. Let me show you what it does when I run it on the command line. So I'll sit here and I'll just call build VS Code Moon Unit debug. Actually, just Moon Unit. And it does this. It runs all of my Lua unit tests, but it makes its output look like Google test. That's in order for me to hook it into two extensions I use in VS Code. There's the Test Explorer UI, which looks like this, and then the thing that makes Test Explorer UI work with Google Test, which is Catch 2 and Google Test Explorer. Those two extensions for VS Code will find and allow me to run any unit test I've written for Google Test. So I made Moon Unit, which does essentially the same thing only for Lua. I did that a couple weeks ago. So in addition to running C++ unit tests, I can now run all my Lua unit tests. And this is the one I'm building right now. All I really need is to have something that runs them all, and then if any of them fail, I can jump to the source and also show the logs. I can see any errors. Yeah. So Moon Unit is something. It was useful for me, but there's something secret about it, so I wouldn't have put it in my GitHub. There are a couple of dependencies it has. It uses other libraries I made, so it's not the easiest thing to build. If people really wanted to, I could make a build, for Windows, Linux, Mac, and that kind of thing, and put it somewhere, but no one's asked me. And I'm sure there are other Lua-based unit test frameworks out there too. Building is hard, yeah. My apologies for that. The build system I like is based on CMake. And if you look at my CMake lists.txt, it depends, like Moon Unit depends on my JSON and system abstractions library, and also a version of Lua that has a CMake list, which I made. And the biggest thing is system abstractions, I think. But anyway, these three are in 3 different Git repositories, so you have to clone like at least these 3, and then if you want to run the unit tests for my dependencies, you'd also need Google tests, and so you end up needing 5 different Git repositories, all arranged in a certain order, and using CMake, so it's a little bit difficult. So one of these days I'll get into learning alternate build systems, and then I'll give people a choice: either use CMake or use something else, and then maybe I'll have, like, in addition to having sub-repositories, I can also have Git submodules so that you can just use the normal Git tools. I try to make my build environment generic, but it does depend on other stuff I've written, so it's not the most reusable. Anyway, I'm making a unit test for this Lua script called death tax. And death tax is calling tax, which is a local function. And this is run whenever your player dies and then you choose to respawn. It's supposed to take 90% of your gold. So that's essentially what it's doing right here on this line. If you have gold in a inventory slot and the number of gold pieces is less than 3, it just takes the gold away completely. But if it's 3 or more, it's going to take 90% of it, rounding down, and store it back in your inventory. So I want to arrange a player who is going to take 2 penalties. The first one, it'll subtract 90%, and then the second one, it will drop their gold entirely. I guess we could do it with 2 different slots. Actually, we can do it with 1 call. So we can have 2 item slots that have gold in them. And actually, let's make a third that doesn't have gold. So tax loops through all the items. So that means items is going to be a list, and then everything in the list will have a T and a Q attached to it, right? So we'll have a T equals money. And let's make this one 2. So we expect that slot to go away. And then we'll make another one called money with, let's put 100 in there so we can make sure it's exactly 90%, more or less. And then another one that's not money. How about food? And so that's our test player's inventory. And then we run the death tax, and then we'll expect certain calls to this modify component delta. You should do 90% bankers rounded, which is the most accurate rounding as defined by EEE 754. Well, I'm just multiplying by 0.9 and round and doing a floor. I figure that's good enough. LR? What's LR? Rounds to the nearest even number if it's 0.5. Then rounds. That's too specific for me, A squared. On a Monday, I can't do math. Let me capture this for later, though. So, suggested improvement for percentage item deductions. He did it in multiple chat messages, so I gotta get each one. Then you had a really long one. There we go. I have a feeling you copied that from somewhere. Aha. That's where you copied it from. Minimizes error over time. Yeah, that link. Okay, well that's good enough. Well, let me give you a point for all that. Thank you. I'm gonna keep the code the way it is though for now, but we'll put. I can at least put a note here to do try out improvements suggested pi squared 31415. Okay, what am I gonna expect? It's gonna loop through. It's going to remove the first item. So the entity is always going to be player entity. Component is going to be players. Delta is going to be... Oh, no, wait a minute. It's item. Hold on. The item has a quantity and a type. I forgot about that. The items are different entities. Shoot. Okay. So I gotta do this differently then. Item. That means I need to have item as a list here. Item. And we need to give, we have to have entity numbers for items. Keep it simple and do 1, 2, 3, I guess. Actually, it's just this. 2 and 3, and that's 100, and that's 50, and that's food. So then items is just 1, 2, 3. Like that. There we go. Keeping it simple. Basically, it ends up making that half of all numbers go to 0.5, and the other half go down to 0.5. So the ambiguous half case doesn't always cause a major loss or gain. I mean, it makes sense in the abstract sense to me, but yeah, my brain hurts when I try to do math early on Monday morning. Makes sense though. Right, so this is going to modify the item, and the entity is going to be 1. And it will be, oh, hold on, no. It's going to remove the item. Never mind. So it is player, and the delta will be items equals JSON object. No. It's not going to be JSON object at all. It's just going to be a table. Yeah, so it's just going to be, it's just making a copy of the table and then marking that one nil. Actually, this is a problem, isn't it? Would this end up dropping inventory slot if you put gold in the 3rd slot and then you lost the gold? Maybe. We should test that. Makes me want to put the I guess we can have a 4th slot and have like just 1 gold piece there. So yeah, the first iteration is going to make it nil. Nil 2, 3, 4. And then the second one would be changing item 2 to quantity 90. And then there'd be no change to the food, and then this would be dropping this one. It should go to nil. Actually, that's probably what I expect to happen right there. I don't know, let's run it. No, it didn't work. Actual value missing key 4 on Line 17. Oh, so there's a fourth change? Oh, even if we modify the quantity, we still write back the items? Why would I do that? I don't know, let's fix that. This ought to be only done... Oh, wait a minute. No, I know why I did that. That triggers a change to tell the player that their items have changed. Yeah, so that we need to do. So that means, yeah, this happens, and it just doesn't, there's no actual change, but it informs the player that their inventory has changed somehow. One delta items, actual value missing key. Oh, no. Why is it missing key 4? That's strange. Because the first loop, it should have only modified the first item, item index 1, and should have modified it like that. That table's 4 long now. I made it 4 long. Like, okay. That shouldn't have made a difference, but maybe it does. Ooh. Okay, that's different. I'm not understanding this then. It's like it removed... No, it's not doing this in the loop. It should remove one item and call that one. Giving me that. The actual value is missing the 4th key, yeah. I mean, it's possible. No, actually, no. If that means... Okay, it's like if I made that... if I did that, it's going to be different now. One delta items, actual value, missing key 1. Oh, right. If you set the value to nil, then the key is missing, but the other keys remain intact. Right. So is that what it's getting? Yeah. So we're getting that for the table for some reason. Why would it be shortening it to 3 keys? Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can think of is in the real game, it won't be just a table, it'll be a JSON object. So maybe simulate that. So like that. Yeah, so it's saying that that's nil or JSON nil. Yeah, and this should be also that. Should all be JSON nils. Yeah, actual is null. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. That's on 3. 1, 2. Yeah. For some reason, that 4 is being dropped. Yeah, this is the bug, I think. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. It actually does have one? Okay, then I'm not understanding my own code. That shouldn't, this should not be nil. This should be 4, right? It shouldn't have dropped the 4th item until the last one. So why is it dropping it right away? That's the part I don't understand. This is why we write tests. That's true. And I bet you guys can't even see that. It's, yeah, being obscured by chat. If I hide this, though, you can see it. For some reason, that's the output. That should be a 4, though. It should be a 4 and a 4 there. Don't understand why it isn't. First pass through. It's gonna do a loop. I is gonna be 1. I is item index. Item index will be 1. Gonna call that on the entity, which would be 1. It should return that. It's going to be money. It's going to be less than 3, and so it's going to say items 1 is nil. And then modify component delta to set the items. So it should be nil, 2, 3, 4. But for some reason that 4 is getting dropped. Every time it calls modify component delta, it's going to go into this function. And so it should have appended a new delta, which is what I'm comparing here. So that should be the first loop, second loop, third loop. Actually, the third loop does nothing, and then the 4th loop. So this should be first loop, second loop, 4th loop. Third loop does nothing. Food is not money. Yeah, it's the deltas. So this is why I'm doing the comments. Hey there, Dark. Aren't you setting the index to nil for type money less than 3? Yeah, but it's only it's doing one. The first loop only handles the first item. It's calling tax with I equal to 1. Item index is 1. And so there's no loop here. It's just saying with the item entity number 1, check if it's money. Yes. So then put nil back into the player's items and then write it back. And every time that's modify component delta is called, that's stubbed out here. So it should have appended a new delta with, with that. So that should match that. That 4 shouldn't have been touched yet because it should have only gone to the item index of 1. So I don't quite understand it. What if I just out of kicks just do that? Whoops. Let's do. Whoops. Don't know my shortcuts. Just have one item in there. We'll build this up one at a time. It should do that, right? Yes. Items is passed by reference, yeah. Is maybe that's the problem. Is the problem that oh, you're right. St. Lucifer's got it. It's not being deep copied, it's being copied by reference. So by the time we get down to compare it, it will have become nil. So yeah, that's the bug. Thank you. We'll keep that in there. So need to do a deep copy of the table. Probably the best point to do it would be right here, right? I don't suppose there's a built-in way in Lua to do a table deep copy. Lua table deep copy. Generic table copy, quick and dirty. Table unpack, return it. Maybe the quick and dirty would work. What does unpack do? Returns the elements from the given list. Oh, so it's element wise, which should be fine because at that level they are they're just they're elements. So we can do that, yeah. And then put that in table again, right? Component type. Oh, because it's not a list, it is it's a table. I can't use that. That only works for a list. I guess I got to do it this way with the pairs. All right. Local copy equals for key value in pairs delta. Actually, this is a copy of the delta, right? Do delta copy key equals value, and then I can do delta copy there. And then I don't need this table unpack thing. There. Cool. Wait a minute, hold on. Is it still wrong? Still wrong. Still wrong, still wrong. Weird that that wouldn't work. I thought for sure that was it, St. Lucifer. Hey there, Piano Boxer. Forgot to wave to some people. Hey there, Dark and St. Lucifer and Piano Boxer. Major problem with using scripting engines. No nice way of debugging stuff like this besides printf debugging. Yeah, that's true. Unless I can find a way to actually run a debugger live. I have to do some research into that, I guess. I would have bet that this would have worked. Delta copy. Oh, wait a minute. The actual value is itself a table. So it has to be recursive. Let me make a little utility to help me with this. because I know I'm going to reuse it. Let's put it here in the common. Where to put it? Right here. Deep copy input. So we can do that if it's not itself a table, right? So if type value is table, then actually, and also the problem would be if it's a JSON object. So if it's table or UData, right? Actually, no. The way I wrote the JSON object stuff is wait a minute. Hold on. Let me think about this. It does go into it does iterate it. So yeah, I can just see if it's a table or a UData. Or type value. Is it user data? Then output key equals deep copy value. Else that. And then I should be able to call this from here. Deep copy delta. Got further. Oh wait a minute, no it didn't. Bad argument number 1 to for iterator. Oh, because that should be input. Probably someone told me that. Hey there, Toulouse. Input. Delta is missing. Missing? Oh, I didn't return it. So it was nil. There we go. Okay. That worked even though I don't use JSON nil because items is itself a JSON object, and the way I have that mocked and in the JSON wrapper, which I need to verify, is it will wrap it with a JSON thing, I think. Yes. It'll always put it into a JSON wrapper. That way we can set things to nil and it won't have the normal Lua behavior of a no-op. Usually in Lua, if you were to if you have a table like that and you say set the fourth element to nil, you'll end up with a table that's one shorter and instead of a table with nil on the end. But because of my JSON wrapper, I wanted to have nil at the end. It supports that because it's not nil, it's a wrapped nil. And let me verify that my JSON wrapper does the same thing. JSON wrapper, it would be if you do a new index and it's an array and you assign to the end. Where's the value? Oh, right. So we always wrap the input. If it's not already a JSON value, it becomes 1. And then we always add. We don't do what Lua does and basically delete the end or pop back the end if the input's nil. Okay, so good. Maybe I should document, or is this documentation enough? In fact, I have to say JSON nil there, right? Because otherwise, when JSON object is called, this is the equivalent of doing that. This probably won't work, right? It does work. What if it's even shorter? Wait a minute, that works? Am I not understanding how Lua works then? With a nil at the end? And now it doesn't work. I must not have hit save before. Right. Actual value has an extra key. But if we do that, it doesn't have an extra key anymore. Right. Okay, I must not have hit save before. Okay. Right, so looking at this again, the first loop, it's going to drop the first item. Second loop, it's going to change the second slot to 90 gold, and then, or 90 monies. And then food is not touched, and then the fourth slot is removed, or the item in the fourth slot is removed. You know what it should also be doing? It should be destroying the item. This is orphaning the item, isn't it? Thank you for the follow. That's a bug, right? If your item will be leaked. We should expect that it destroys the item. Let's have that expected. We can reuse deltas, right? So if I stub out, actually it'd be in feedback, right? I guess I can override this one. So game.feedback equals self type data. So I want to like append to deltas here. We'll say if, well, moon unit assert equal ECS for type. And then the data, okay, I need to make sure I do this right. How do we destroy entities right now? We would do that in attack, right? Destroy entity, where is that? There it is. Actually, that's actually, you know, what I'll do is I'll just assume that we use that. That's even easier then. I don't need to do this. I can just do this. Like that. We'll just assume that that's called. And I'll just reuse the deltas. And we'll say entity is entity. Let's put a type here. Type equals modify. Type equals destroy. Sound good? So then I'd have a whole bunch of these in here. But I'm going to expect that, I'm going to now require that we destroy the item number 1. And the second loop does not destroy item 2. Third loop does nothing. Fourth loop destroys item 4. And this will fail. So that's interesting. Oh, right. It compared the entity first before type. So kind of hard to see that. I like, okay, what A Squared was saying, or someone else was saying last week, that when the tables differ, we print out the whole table. That might have helped here. It's actual is 2 because it's actually getting, the actual is that and the expected is that. And it is differing there as well as there. It's just not showing the type being different. I mean, anyway, let's fix it. So death tax should call destroy entity. Items, item, index. It should probably do that first. Actually, that means we should expect this order. Actually, no. We want that to be, we want it to disconnect from the inventory and then destroy it. So I should do, I should do a second check down here, shouldn't I? Yep. Right, so that isn't changing item queue at all, so we can that should work the way it is. That won't work though. I need the. Actually, we know what the entity is. Item entity. Yeah, so it's not items. It's not that. It's that. Okay. Let's see if that fixes it. Yay. Okay, cool. So I fixed a bug and I wrote a unit test for it. See, already got some gain out of making a test. So we found that missing code was a bug. All right. And I thought I would be starting with an easy one. Hey there, Red Sky One. How are you doing? Doing more Lua testing today. So just tested death tax and found a bug. How about drop aggro? Oh, that's easy. Do I already have a drop aggro test? No, I don't. Let's make one. Drop aggro test. Drop aggro. So drop aggro test is going to call drop aggro. And what does it do? It's going to fill NPC delta, which is expected to be a table, with. It's going to take an existing aggro table and make a new one where the player is not in it. Right? So we should have a test where the player is in there and another test where they're not in there. So let's have two NPCs. So local NPC 1 is aggro equals, let's say 1, 2, and 3, right? And then local NPC 2 is aggro is 1, 3, and 4. And then we'll have drop aggro NPC 1. Let's do drop 2. And then, okay, I need to have a table because that is going to have the new aggro table in it. So local NPC 1 aggro. No, NPC 1 delta. And then 2. Dropping the same player out of that list where they're not in there. So we can do moon unit expect equal 1, 3 for NPC 1 delta. Actually, it's JSON array of it, right? And then when they weren't in there to begin with, we don't touch it. Okay, so let's try that. Have to hit reload. Sometimes it doesn't know that it needs to rescan for new tests sometimes. Oh, because it's getting an error. Unable to load a script. Missing a brace somewhere. Line 6. Oh, yep, I am. Try again. Okay, it failed. Actual value key, missing key value. Oh, it's dot aggro. So this should be aggro equals. And then in a table like that. There we go. Nope. Actual value missing key aggro. Hold on, what? Oh, actual value missing has an extra key 3. That's what the real error is. So there's a third thing in the list. So that didn't work, I guess. Hold on, then what's... Wait a minute. Aggro value has an extra key 3. So these are not keys, these are values. So the keys are 1 and 2. It's saying that there's an extra one there. Let's see what it is. 4. Oh, because I have the wrong variable in there. There we go. Fixed. All right. Moving on. Drop loot. Do I want to skip this because it has math random in it? I'll come back to this one. Give sword. Give sword we can test easily. So let's have a gift sword test. Give sword. To a player entity. Let's call it 10. So it should end up calling create entity. So let's mock that. Looks like it takes 2 things. The, oh, wait a minute. I already have this in common, don't I? Where are you, common? Too many files. Common PY. There it is. I see it. Right there. Oh, maybe I don't. Huh. Okay. I guess I have it in here and create entity. Okay. Components. Yeah, there we go. Components with types and a callback. I think I just want to store them somewhere to make sure it's only called once. So entities created. And then this will just say entities created, size of entities created plus 1 equals this. And I should do a deep copy, right? Callback equals callback. Actually, it does. I don't think I need to do a deep copy, right? Because this is always making a new one. So that's fine. Right? Yeah, everything is new here. All right, cool. So then I can just say moon unit expect equal for entities created. This stuff. So this, I gave it the name that. And that's callback. So, yeah. Okay, we should make those constants something. 42, and because these are pulled in from somewhere else. 18. Making them global so that the thing we're testing will pick up from it too. It's sort of a silly test, really, because the test is exactly this, has the code in it exactly. Really, we're just making sure that the thing under test actually calls that with those arguments. I think it's a silly test. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, so it just works. Let's just move on. The gift sword thing is probably going to be removed anyway. Give is a little bit more. Probably should either destroy the item or drop it on the ground. Oh, if a player doesn't even have an inventory. And this is if you give them an item and they don't have a slot, a free slot. Okay. Give test. All right. So it's gonna, so here are the dependencies. We're gonna mock the dependencies. Dispose is not a dependency. This one is though. And that one is, actually I'm gonna pull that one from here. Nope, no, not that one. Here. I don't need the type anymore. We can just leave that out. Okay. So there are 3 paths through this, aren't there? They either don't have items, they have a slot available, or they don't. So let's call it 3 times. One with how do I want to arrange this? I guess we can just have it like this. If player entity is 1, then return what do I want to do? It's going to be used like a table, so let's make it a table. This one will not have items, right? So nil. Else if then return, and this one will have a free slot. It doesn't really matter, right? I guess we'll make it look realistic. So like 1 nil 3. Else if player entity is 3, then turn 1 2 3. And then we can have moon unit assert true false. Actually, let's just do an error. Unexpected player entity entity. All right, because that will fail the test if there's an error. All right, and then find free slots. I could probably just pull this straight from utilities, actually. Yeah, just this. Just find something that's not nil. What language is this? This is Lua. And hey there, Den Heroi. Lua, Lua, Lua. Okay, so then we're going to call the thing, right? Give 1, an item. So this can be anything. I'm just going to keep it generic. So this is the, wonder if I should, just like in my C++, I should just split this up, right? Or that's the arrange, that's the act, and that's the assert, right? The assert, so try to give different items to different players here. And the assert will be, we expect, what do we expect here? We expect no delta at all. So moon unit expect equal that for deltas. Actually, we're doing them in sequence, so I can just expect all of them to happen. So first give does nothing. Second give stores an item. Third give does nothing. So this will be expect the format up here, right? So items 1.11.3, right? And then the component type is player. Entity is 2. Hey there, the Epic Unknown. How are you doing? Hope everybody had a good weekend. Oh, I got something wrong here. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit debug. Actual value missing key items on line 37. Path 1. So this one is missing items. So there's no items. Oh, it's delta. Equals items. There. There we go. Fixed it. Hi, Grok. Hey, Grok. Thanks for the sub. Grok has been in the stream before and has helped out a lot and has scored many points. Very insightful viewer. Thank you for the support again. I appreciate it. Yeah, so that works. Moving on. Guys, you can stop me if at any point if you want me to explain what I'm doing. But basically, I'm writing tests for code I already have. So this is a code for my game where a player is given an item, and there are 3 possible paths. Either the player doesn't have an inventory at all, they have a free slot, or they don't. And I actually haven't finished writing this, but just to write a test for the function as is, because there are 3 paths through the code, I ended up having 3 different cases here in this test. And then we expect nothing happens if they don't have an inventory. Nothing happens if they don't have a free slot. For the one we have a free slot, it gets filled in there. So that's where they have a free slot. And we try to give them item 11. It should store it for player 2. Player 2, put the 11 right in the free slot. Hey there, Lewis Northmore. And iGrok, thank you again. Aw. The stream has been the favorite thing to have in the background for a few weeks now. I'm glad. Let me know if I can... Oh, I'm being raided by Zeratar. Ah! Hey there, Spherus and Zeratar and Linden and Bluntest. I'm being raided. Need to go and lie down. Oh no, are you okay, Zeratar? Hope you're just tired. Are you fighting off cold or something? Okay. I hope you feel better. Let me wave to everybody who just came in. Hi, Spherus. Hi, Zeratar. Hope you feel better or get some sleep, whatever you need. And Bluntest, hi. Sharp pain in your left arm. Oh no. I know. Get well, my friend. I hope it's nothing. Hope it's nothing bad. Yeah, I had like because my chair was too high up. I had nerve pain in my arms a couple months ago. Lowering my chair fixed it. It's like it wasn't carpal tunnel. It was ulnar nerve pinching. Yeah. Take care of yourself. Hope you feel better. Hopefully, it's just a temporary nerve pain. The wooziness, yeah, could be just that you're stressed about it. Hey there, Bryce. Yeah, yeah. For me, it was that my chair was too high up, and so I was bending my wrists and resting them in the wrong place. No, it's not a heart attack. Don't think that way, Zeratar. Yeah, take it easy, man, my man. All right, so people who are coming into the channel who have no idea what I'm doing, let me give a little bit of an introduction. So I'm working on a multiplayer game. The engine is all handmade, so is all the art, so it doesn't look that great. It's going to be a retro style game inspired by the old Ultima games. And thank you Toulouse for the link there. So one aspect that I'm building up in the game engine right now is a framework for testing the scripts of the game, which are written in Lua. The framework is in C++ on the server side of the game and JavaScript on the front end where you play the game. And yeah, it's kind of cool. I can make an online, I can do cool things like I can put a wall here. And now George is trapped. See if you can make it out of that, George. I need to make my tools a little bit nicer, though. Let's free up George, free the wall. So one thing that George has going for him right now, he has a Lua script that allows him to chase and fight these slimes. And you can also talk to him, and he'll lead you out of the dungeon here. He's got a little bit of pathfinding. But I was working on his script to where I didn't want him to pull aggro on these slimes when he can't get to them. He will glare at them across the water, but he's not able to get to them unless I put the slime next to him, and then he goes and swiftly destroys them. As I was updating his script to be more intelligent, I realized through a lot of bugs that I don't have a whole lot of tools for testing my scripts. So I kind of went back and developed a couple things. Some automation in Python so that when I change my scripts and save them, they get put into the server live, and that should speed up the iterations. And also the tests for all the scripts I had written. I need to have a test framework to run them, so I spent some time working on that, and I'm leveraging that today. The test framework now includes this program called Moon Unit, which when you run it on the command line, this looks like Google Test, so that I can integrate it into the environment I already had going for me, which is VS Code with 2 extensions. I use the Test Explorer UI, which looks like this, and then to interpret Google test results in the Test Explorer UI, I'm using this plugin. So that I already had going for me for things like my C++ code. So for example, my JSON class already has test cases for my C++ JSON implementation. And I figure this is so useful that I can jump to any test and run and show the results of any test. Let's do the same thing for Lua. So I ended up writing a program called Moon Unit, and it looks and acts like Google Test, but what it really does, instead of compiling in the things that it tests, it just scans for Lua scripts and runs them. And so that's what I've been using today. So for example, this script called give, where we give players items, I now have a test to make sure it does the right thing, so that if you don't have an inventory, or you have an inventory that's full, or you have an inventory that has a free slot, when we try to give an item to each of those players, it does the right thing. You don't get anything if you don't have inventory or if you have no free slots. But if you have a free slot, you should get an item. And the way my game works is the script will try to request that a delta be applied to a component of an entity. The player entity will be like some random number that is associated with George or Bob or whoever. And player is a component of their player that has their inventory in it. Inventory is a list called items. So when we're saying modify component delta, we're asking the game, please go to this entity, this component of that entity, and apply this diff. And the diff that we expect when you get an item is delta items equals, and then the new list of entity references to items. So this test doesn't go into what these entities are because it's just minimal. We're just testing just this function. This function doesn't care about what's in an item either. It's dealing with items through references, entity references. So like 1, 2, 3, or 1 empty slot 3, and then we say give 11. It's just going to put the 11 in place. What 11 is, whether it's a piece of food or a gold piece or a sword, doesn't matter. Love Lua? Oh, great. I feel like I'm getting the hang of it, but I don't have as good debugging skills in Lua, which is why I'm trying to build up the framework here. But yeah, hello. How are you doing, Jeremy? Okay, so that's where I was when I got rated. And let me know if you have any questions. Let me try to answer them. We're using this thing called featured chat so I can pull out things and highlight them and answer them. So one question that came in was from Blundtest. What networking solution am I using? Raw sockets. So fundamentally, in JavaScript, we'll start on the front end side. It is a JavaScript using the Redux framework. So one of my Redux middlewares is game connection. And when we connect to a server, it's using the WebSocket class. And with security, so it expects an SSL certificate and all that. And then, so the connection to the game server is through WebSocket. Now, how I do this on the back end, since I do most of the back end stuff from scratch, is a twofold thing. So I have a WebSockets implementation, and the best way to show that, I guess, is here. You can make either, I guess on the server, we only make server sockets, and there will be callbacks whenever messages arrive. So this is at the upper level, connecting from the game server to a class called a WebSocket. Now, how the WebSocket is implemented, it ends up using, I'm having trouble navigating my own code here. In my system abstractions library, I have an interface called a network connection. And it's modeled after sockets. So you can call connect, you can call is connected, and you can call send message. But it's very abstract. So like you don't have to poll to see if it's ready or not. It just, you can send a message, and then in process, you give it a callback to be called if you receive something back or if the connection's broken. Now, at the very lowest layer, it depends on if it's Windows or Linux. Let's say if it's Windows, network connection in Windows is using WinSock. So connect turns into a bind and then a connect. And then when we're processing the socket, we're seeing if it can be read or written. And we're eventually going to end up calling receive and send. So it's WinSock. In Linux, it would just be the socket layer. So, or no, POSIX, because it's the same between Linux and Mac. So I put them together here. So it's pretty much the same as WinSock, only it's BSD sockets. So bind connect, and then same kind of thing where we'll have instead of events in from WinSock, I use select. So with a file descriptor sets. So at some point there'll be a select. Where is it? I thought I had a select here. Oh, there it is. There's a select. Select, receive, and send. So yeah, it's sockets. On top of the sockets, is web sockets, and then on top of that is either the server in C++, and then the other end is just JavaScript. So this is a pure custom solution, pretty much. The garage door broke, and you're late to the stream, Rally Monkey. I'm sorry. Is this day 272? It's stream 272. So if you follow that link, it goes to my notebook, and you can scroll back and see everything that I've pretty much streamed on Twitch since day 2. Day 1 is missing because I didn't archive it and take notes. And I've found other streamers do the same. It's like they regret not turning on VODs and recording their first stream. So yeah, I've done 272 streams of programming to get to where I am now. And if you really wanted to see some of the earlier ones, you could go to my YouTube where I archive them all. Thank you for all the follows. If I miss something in chat, then please tag me to make sure I don't miss it. And oh, Mr. Balrog is saying hi. Hello. And I forgot to wave to Rally Monkey, one of my mods. And Dynamic Donkey. I like the name. You working over Lua and saw this? Yeah, cool. Let me know if I'm doing anything dumb in Lua. I'm not an expert in it. I'm making use of it. Lua is pretty simple, and so I think I'm getting the hang of it, but there's always stuff that people find that I'm doing wrong. Hey there, Rasubaka. How are you doing? All right, so I'm working through a bunch of scripts I wrote before and making sure I have tests to cover them. Has nearby respawn. I forget where I use this, but I don't have a test for it. So let me figure out where I use this. I don't use it anywhere? Really? Do I even need this script then? That's funny. I have this script and I don't use it anywhere. Okay, maybe we'll skip this one. Huh. It's not used anywhere. Well, you know what we can do about that? Deleted. All right, has room. Okay, this is a really simple script, so this should be a really simple test, right? Where am I going to copy from? Give has room test. Has room. Okay, so has room does what? It calls get player inventory and return false if it doesn't get any items back. Otherwise, it's gonna turn find free slot into a boolean by doing a double not. So let's, just like in the last one, I can stub out those, right? We can stub these out here. Say that this is the arrangement. So there are essentially two paths to this code. Either get player inventory will return a list of items or it won't. If it does, it's going to call find free items and turn into a boolean. Otherwise, it's going to return false. So we should have, actually there should be 3 tests again, right? Yeah, let's actually copy what I had from the last test here. Where is it? Actually, I already did copy them. So 3 different players, one that doesn't have an inventory, one that has an inventory with the free slot, and one that doesn't. And if it's not one of these 3, we're going to do an error. So the act will be calling this for different entities, right? Local player 1 has room equals has room 1. So we're going to do that for all 3 made up players, and then the assert moon unit expect false for player 1 has room, and then true for 2. Why can't I do this correctly? I can't type today. And then false for 3. Do you use it in the death dialogue? Oh, maybe. Maybe. I need to check that. Yeah, that's probably where I use it, so I'll probably want to undo that delete. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that button. I hit the debug button. Just go to the test. Cool, it worked the first time, which always makes me nervous, so let's break it. Cool, broke it. Unexpected player entity 4, okay. Right, so let me check. The theory is that the death dialogue refers to, oh, you're right. Thank you, Toulouse. That's where the script is. Oops, I hit the wrong button there. I waved to you twice. Meant to give you a point. There's the point. All right, so I need to recover that script and write a test for it then. Hey there, Romania. Hey, how's it going with you? I'm doing okay. You got a double hello and a point. Okay, let's recover that script. So, the quickest way would be what? To go into the GUI and then hit Control J on that. And then it's back. There it is. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. There it is. It's back. As nearby respawn is back. Test. As nearby respawn. Okay. So, we're going to be calling it on a player entity. Chef, how are you doing? Nothing uses this, delete, explosion, recover, story of your life. I'm trying to think, should I write something or have some visibility into what scripts are sort of embedded in the dialogue system? Oh, watch out, watch out. You got killed. George didn't quite make it. Hold on, we can heal you. Lua, heal. Oh, you already respawned. You're quicker than me. I would have re-healed you. So if you talk to George and you say help, he will guide you out of the dungeon. I can demonstrate that. New window, and let me log into my own game. Oh, I'm in town. But I can cheat and pick up my own character and put myself there. So watch this. You talk to George and you say help, and he'll lead me out of the sewers. And now let's go, George. Oh, George is preoccupied because there's a slime there. Let's put him in our path. Now he's going to lead me out. So George is using the A-star pathfinding algorithm to find a path to the exit of the dungeon. But he's not using any algorithms right now when he aggroes, which is one of the bugs. So whenever something aggroes him, I have to put him back in the path for him to fight. Oh, I got hurt a little bit there. I got hit 3 times. So George is a work in progress. He says, this is the way out right here, stay safe, and then he goes back to his patrol point. But the way he aggroes monsters, he's not using pathfinding, so he'll aggro things that he can't reach. And I'm working on improving that. I want to get the unit tests done first, though, and then we can work on him next. But yeah, that's what you can do with George. If you hang out right here, you generally be safe because George will slay any NPC that gets close. So I'm going to log out right there. Okay. As nearby respawn takes the player entity and looks up their position, calls this function. So given the zone that they're in, it looks up the zone component and checks if the zone has a respawn. If so, it's going to return true. So we should have 2 players, one that's in a zone that has a respawn and one that doesn't. So that means I'll need 2 zones and 2 players, right? Game.components.zone 1 has nothing in it, and then we'll have another one that has a respawn in it. And it doesn't matter what respawn has in it. We'll just have another table or something, right? And then we'll have 2 players. 10. And it doesn't matter what I put there because it's just going to look at the player's position. Actually, we don't even need the player entity. I can just make it position. And the only thing it needs out of that is the zone. So one will be zone 1, the other one will be zone 2. And we'll see moon unit expect false for has nearby respawn 1 and true for 2. Or 10 and 11, right? True. So player 10 is in zone 1, which doesn't have a respawn. Player 11 is in zone 2, which does have a respawn, so that should be true. You actually use delete and this in JavaScript. Mostly use this to assign it to self so that you can access the proper this. Yeah, JavaScript this is really weird. In Lua, it's a lot easier. If you have a this, usually it's called self. It's kind of like Python, actually. And it'll just be the first argument, and you have to be explicit about it when you define it. You have to actually say self. Yeah, pretty much the same as Python. And if you don't have self as the first argument, then it's not a method. So like, these are not methods. They are well, technically this is a method, but it's a class method. But these are not. Oh, I hear someone scratching at the door. You know what that means? We're gonna have a kitty face reveal. Hold on, I'll be right back in just a minute to get kitty. I heard a scratch, 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 scratch. This guy was wanting to get back inside. Look at him. Does he look regal? He's like, I don't care about you. Don't care about your stream or your camera. Scratch, 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 scratch. I went in. Bye, kitty. You can call them with implicit self in Lua. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, the calls, yeah. Yeah, so that was asked last week too. With this colon, the equivalent of that would be without the colon. It really is just shorthand for a dot where moon unit is the first argument, like that. So these two are equivalent. Colon is a shorthand for saying I want the left-hand side to also be the first argument. But that's it. There's no more connotation or requirements or expectation or anything else. So exactly what Jeremy said. Yeah, we'll give you a point for that, because you are correct. You have earned a point. What can you do with the points? Nothing much. In the future, if you play my game, you'll be able to redeem points for stuff, but right now it's just for bragging rights. Okay. We're continuing to work my way through these. I know. Sweet, sweet points that don't mean anything. We did do has room? Yes. Has save? No. Has save test. Has save. Alright. So what does has save need? So it's just looking to see if the player has a save. Okay, that's super easy. Another easy test. So game components player 10 equals something without a save, and player 11 has a save, right? Moon unit expect false has save 10, but true for 11. Yay. Points are pointless. Hey there, Ann Perry. Wait a minute. I already said hey to you. Oh yeah, we were talking about at the very beginning of the stream about daylight savings time. Hey there, Frankie. Okay, moving on. Heal, one of my favorite scripts. This restores your hit points to the maximum, and that's it. I thought about having this also take you out of the death dialogue, but I never got around to that. It'll work whether it's a player or an NPC. And it'll also work if you put in their entity number directly, or if you give a name, and then it'll look for the it'll look for the name in your tile component. So we'll have a couple different tests here. Heal test. Yep. That's what happens after an hour and a half. I forget you're here. You could have left and come back, right? All right, heal. So I can think of at least 5 different things we might want to do. We might want to say heal like a number, and then heal and parry, and then heal slime 32, which would be an NPC, and then let's try a heal on a entity that doesn't exist, and then maybe a name that doesn't exist. Unknown. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Let's highlight your question. I'm using feature.chat for this. So Frankie asks, need to create a small website for a conference with information about it. I have a host server, and you have a host server you have to use. Any advice for something quick and rather dirty? Just plain HTML maybe? Unless it needs to look pretty. And then maybe if they have WordPress, that would be really simple, but yet more feature filled. Yeah, those would be my 2 suggestions. If it's just basic information, just do quick and dirty HTML. WordPress is not allowed? Bummer. Can you do it in just plain old HTML then? Or does it need to handle posts and dynamic content? If so, I don't have a whole lot of experience building that stuff, but I'm sure some of my viewers like N Perry know a lot more than I do. Yeah. So there we got 1 vote for Bootstrap, another vote for plain old HTML. There you go. Sounds good to me. I would probably just do overkill and just make a React app, but you probably don't need that. Thank you for the follow. Templates? I think Bootstrap is what you want if you want a template. Check out Bootstrap. Pretty sure that's what we're looking for, right? It's a library that gives you a quick prototyping of things with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So there you go. Yeah. Another +1 for Bootstrap. Yep. Okay, so this is going to be the act. We'll have to have an assert here. What does heal do? It ends up calling update character health, so we're going to stub that out. In the arrange. Function, and this will have, I guess, type. And we'll just do like I've been doing before. So we'll have updates, and this will have like updates, size of updates +1 equals entity, type equals type. These are 2 different variables, right? I believe that's hit points and hit points max. And then the assert is just going to be moon unit expect equal some list of updates that we're going to figure out now. So heal 999, nothing, since this entity doesn't exist. So what am I doing? I should just copy that there and then do that. And then this should say nothing, since no tile has this name. And this should be heal Raimu, which is entity 10. Heal and Parry 0, which is entity 11. And then this will heal Slime 32, which is entity 12. So this should be player, and this is NPC. I just need to set this up now, right? So nothing heals will end up being updates, right? So the update will be entity is 10, type equals player, and let's say I have 100 hit points. And then NParry will be entity 11, hit points over 9,000, of course. And slime will be entity 12, NPC. Slimes don't have a whole lot of hit points, so we'll just make it 4. Nothing for that one. Okay, so I just need to arrange those now. Game components, player 10. And what does this need from player? HP max 100. And then NParry has over 9,000 hit points. Yes, you're over 9,000. You're welcome, Frankie. I hope it works out. Hope you find something cool. Rav CMS, huh? Interesting. Didn't know about that one. All right. The name goes here. This is how we find it by tile if it's name. So name equals Raimu. Technically it's not needed because we don't use it there, but I'm going to put it there anyway. This is NParry 0. And then we're going to have a tile for entity 12 as well. Okay. So then, actually, you know what? I'm going to have no tile for my component. It doesn't matter. I can leave the tile even though it's not used, right? It maybe makes it easier to read. So then what else did I need? I don't think I needed anything else, did I? Oh, we need an NPC. 12 with the hit point max of 4. I think that's it. Yeah, it's not finding it. Sometimes it doesn't find it and I have to hit this button to reload the test. Actually, it might be because it crashed. Yep, because it crashed. Line 27 doesn't terminate. Oh, because these don't have commas. Run it again. There we go. And it works the first time. Let me damage it on purpose to make sure it fails. Okay, cool. And then we'll put a bug there. Right, so that didn't heal NParry. Now it does. Cool. Nice. The meforest.net, what's that? Oh, but Frankie said WordPress is not allowed. Oh, but they have website templates. Huh. From $2? That's cool. I never heard about that before. The Me Forest, or Theme Forest. How come I read it as the me forest? It's theme forest. Looking for word breaks where see I've been doing Lua now for so long that I'm looking for these underscores, right? So it should theme forest looked like that to me, but really it's that. Too bad that people don't put underscores or dashes in website names to make it easier to read. Why is that? Why don't people put dashes in website addresses? Because you can have them, right? Isn't dash allowed in a URL? They also have plain templates. Right. Website templates for like $2 and up. All right, heal is done. Item despawn. Oh, one of my favorite systems. Without this system, items would persist forever in the world, and Nui would no doubt fill up the world with swords. Like may or may not have happened in the past. Actually, it did. We have evidence. All right, item despawn test. Item despawn test. I need to spell it correctly. Item despawn. All right. Expected interval. What is the interval? It's 1. Initial time doesn't matter. What do we need? We just need an item that's in the world that has a despawn timer, right? So that's item. And these only need a DT for despawn time. So let's have one despawn at 18.5. And another one that maybe despawns. Actually, let's have this one despawn in the past, like 16.5. We'll have this one despawn right away, and then after one turn nothing happens, and then after 2 turns this one despawns. That's probably good enough. All right, and then it only calls destroy entity. It's the only thing it calls, so we just need entity. I already have this written. Oh, maybe not. And destroy entity just takes an entity, right? So I don't even need a table. I'm just going to add it to the list. Let's replace all of these with item despawn. All right, do an update. Do the verify item despawn system does nothing for events other than update. Because it's like a lot of other systems, they do that. So do a foo with 42, expect no entities destroyed. I'm not going to bother doing that. Do the first update and expect item 10 to be destroyed. Actually, I need to have an item in there that doesn't have a position. Because only items that are in the world will be destroyed. So let's have an item in there. Let's make this item 12. So make this one where this one actually has a position. So the position of item 11, and we'll just, I don't think it matters what it has, so we'll just make it empty. So this one will be destroyed because it's got a position in the world. This one, even though the despawn timer is hit, it doesn't have a position in the world, so it won't be despawned. And let me do the same thing with another one here. Sure. Actually, to make sure it's not this, let's make this one 19.5. Yes, so this one will not be despawned, this one will be. The first step to expect item 11 to be destroyed. but not 10. So this would be 11 for entities destroyed. And then I have to simulate that by actually destroying them, right? So game components position 11 is nil, and item is nil. That's how we do it, right? Let's see. Because they're simple tables, so all right. Let me arrange it so that the initial time is 17, right? Let's make it so that this one. Okay, let me turn these around. Actually, let's set that one to 17.4, and we'll go to half the interval will be 17.5. It shouldn't. I mean, 12 will be ready to despawn, but it shouldn't actually do it. So actually, for convenience, let me reset this one. Okay, and then expect no entities destroyed. The end date, again, this time with the time at the item's response, expect item 12 to be destroyed now. I shouldn't use these magic numbers. This should be like initial time minus expected interval over 2. And that's that one plus not half, but 4/10, right? And then times 2, I guess? No, I wanted to have it where it's not. I'm going to put it out in the future. Hey there, Pro Sam. How are you doing? We didn't ban Pro. No one would ban Pro Sam. What do you mean? Why is Imperi VIP? Because Imperi's cool. I don't know. I probably do have some VIP slots open. I should probably look to see who's been watching the longest who isn't a VIP. Yeah, I mean, Imperi's been watching a lot recently, so definitely has earned the VIP. If I had more slots to give, I would give it to Slickfur, Red Sky 1, Atomic, Nibble, and Igrok. But I only have a limited number of VIP slots, which is a problem. Hey there, Makobo? Is this a unit test or an integration test? It's a unit test right now. So I'm doing things like mocking destroy entity because I really only care about testing the item despawn system as a unit. And so all of its intermediate dependencies, like destroy entity, I'm going to mock like that. This one is a core game component, and I'm already mocking in the common framework down here with these, so I don't need to repeat the mock. But yeah, it's just this function, or this script, and so we mock everything. So we're mocking the game's integration layer, or mocking this other utility, and just testing to make sure it calls the right things in the right order. I forgot to wave to some people. I'm being bad. Domson, hey, how are you doing? And Great Humanilation. Interesting name. Hello. And who is that? Burger Donkey. You've unlurked yourself, but hello. Really used to RSpec likes, so the amount of setup in the test threw you. Yeah, the setup I'm doing is this part here. So we're setting up the mocked data and the mocked functions, really, and some constants. So this is all the act stuff, right? Every time we call system functions item despawn, we're calling the unit under test. I mean, I guess you could break this up into a suite of tests that have the same setup and just do, like, that would be one test, that's another test, third test, that kind of thing. But just because I can, I'm just doing it as a sequence, right? So we're calling the despawn system with different times each time. So after one interval, 12 should be destroyed, but not in a half interval. So we'll expect 12 to be destroyed. And right, I remember this. We'll go one more interval, nothing will happen, and then another interval, and still nothing will happen because there's no position component. Update again, this time. Okay, update again. Let's just say after one more interval, nothing happens because there are no items with despawn timers that have expired. So that's 2 intervals, expect nothing. And why am I doing deltas? That's wrong. I really don't need to do that, but if the expectation fails, I want to do that so it doesn't disrupt any other tests that follow it. Okay, and then after one more, expect nothing happens because we should have expect nothing to happen. Because although item 13's despawn timer has now expired, item 13 isn't in the world. Has no pause component, no position component. So that's times 3, expect nothing. Let's run it. It passed the first time. Yay. I don't like it passing the first time. Let's give item 13 a position and make sure test fails now. Yep, it failed. Actual value has extra key 1 on 54. Right, cool. I hate it when tests pass the first time. I want tests to fail the first time. Otherwise I get suspicious. Is kill next? Kill. Interesting script. I think this is similar to heal, only it does different things for NPCs. That's actually not the correct thing for it to do. Oh, right. I never finished this script. We don't actually call kill for NPCs. If we did, though, this is the wrong thing. We don't want to set their hit points to 0. We actually want to have them drop loot and destroy their entity. If they're a player, though, their hit points do get reduced to 0. We never destroy the player component or entity unless they delete their account. But they are dead, so we'll find the death dialogue and enter it. If there is no death dialogue, we just simply tell them that they're dead. That was sort of a legacy thing. Yeah, so maybe I'll copy from the heal test and call this the kill test. Kill test. Kill. All right. Same kind of thing, right? Because it works with a number or something that has a tile with a name. So What does it need from the component? Just hit point maximum, right? Yep. So the same unfortunate victims, we're going to kill all of them. Kill 999, nothing happens. Nothing since that tile has no name. Kill it. Sorry, NPC. We're going to have to kill your player entity. The hit points will be reduced to 0. And then we're going to also expect these other things, right? So update player health is an update, but also there's going to be a dialogue start. As long as we mock the find dialogue by name. I guess this is name. All we need to do is we're going to return something and we're going to expect that to be death. So moon unit expect equal death for the name. And then return 42. 42 will be the death dialogue name. So we'll expect that on dialogue start, which is another thing we have to do, right? Let's just do... This is dialogue entity, and this is target entity, right? I think I'll program that in as an update, so that means this kind of update, we'll just give it a type, equals health. And this update will be a dialogue. Okay. And then I also need to do a chat thing, right? Actually, do I even care about that? I'm not going to care about that. I'm not going to test that one. Well, if I tested it, that means I have to have the death dialogue, like have this return 42 the first time and not the second time. I guess we could do that. We could just flip-flop. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll have a local, to name it what? Found death dialogue. Find death dialogue. Is true. And we'll say if find then. We'll set it to false for next time, but return a number. Else, we'll set it to true for the next time and return nil. That's the way I designed find dialogue by name. Let's make sure. Yeah, nil by default. Okay. Right. So of the 3 that actually die, this will get a death dialogue. This will not. Sorry, NPC. No death dialogue for you. So I need to have it expect, I need to do something for game chat. So game chat is function self. It's a type entity message. And we'll build that in here, the same thing, chat entity. Let's just do a expect here. Game for the type. And message is message. Cool. All right, so what happens here? These have a type equals health, right? And then we'll have type equals dialogue next. Wait a minute, I messed that up. That should be that. One of these should go here. Entity 10. No, that's the dialogue entity. Target entity is 10. Right? I think so. But then NPC won't get a death dialogue. Instead, we'll have a chat message saying you are dead. And that's just for testing the backwards compatibility. There we go. Entity is 11. Message is You are dead. Okay, let's try it out. It didn't work. Actual value key missing entity on line 44, the second one. Oh, it's dialogue entity, isn't it? Oh no, it's entity. Oh, but dialogue. Okay, that's the name of the key and the value. Run it again. Cool, it passed. Nice. Moving on. Lava. I think I don't need to test this one because this is not in the production environment at all. This is just to help test the server's particle system. So I'm not going to write a test for that. This one, though, we should. This is mapping a key, WASD, to coordinate differences. It's got a very long name. Test. Very long name. Okay. So W expect 0. Oh, it's actually 2 arguments. How do I take 2 values and wrap them? That's like list or something, right? I know. I can just do it this way. Put it into a table, right? A, S, D, and then we should, oops. We should have one for like a key that isn't mapped. Like F. What does it return? 0, 0. That's up. Down is S. A is left. D is right. First try. Makes me nervous. Cool. All right, moving on. What is next? Okay, that's the big one, and then NPC spawning I already have a test for. So I think I'm going to check these in as the quote easy tests are now done. And I'll have to do some of the some of the more difficult ones next. And that was an actual bug fix. We were orphaning and not destroying stacks of gold that were too small and then got taken away because of the death dialogue. I mean, not death dialogue, because of the death tax. So let me check these lines in. I'll check that in as another comment. Excuse me. All right. This one. Fix bug in death tax. Where items were orphaned. Destroy items that are removed from the player's inventory. This should actually be refactored out because there are going to be other cases where we're going to want to remove things from the player's inventory, right? Okay, this is a document suggestion made by a square D1415. And this is adding the deep copy and not this one. Unstage that line. Add deep copy utility to test script framework. This one is add storage for item components in test script framework. All right, and then all the new tests. Yay, 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 yay. Add unit tests for easier game scripts. Okay, now I gotta compare. What do I have tests for? What do I have scripts for with no tests? Attack is not a hard one, but it's just more involved. Because it calls a bunch of things, including random numbers that we have to set up a simulation for. That's the roll to hit, right? And then there's the damage, and then there's a chat, and then a particle gets launched, and the sound gets played, and then another chat if they die, and yeah. So this is simulating when a player attacks a monster. Something that had rolls in it, right, was the spawning system, right? NPC spawning test. Maybe copy this, because this simulates random number rolls. Yeah, this simulates random rolls, so let's copy this test. Attack test. Attack test. I don't have intervals. Are we going to create entities? No. We're going to end up destroying them, aren't we? I'd rather do what I did in the last test, actually, which was have updates. Where was... Yeah, okay, fine. And mock a bunch of updates. So, attack test. Put our mocks at the top, I guess. Update character health, is that used? Yeah, it's used. What else? Launch particle. So that's... Ooh, that's a weird way to do it. Why does it in a double table? Oh, it's a path. Right, so that I can do an arc. And that's if it's a static position. So here we go, let's just copy that. Do that, I'll get back to that. Play sound. Let's just copy to mock the real ones from utilities. Whoa. How did I do that? How do I get back? Okay, what did I do and how do I get back? Okay, I got my desktop all screwed up now. I don't know how to get it back. How do I get my desktop back? I don't even know if people can see me now. Ah. I accidentally created a desktop 2. I don't know what people saw when I switched to desktop 2. Maybe it was a blank screen, I don't know. But now I'm back to desktop 1. So how do I destroy desktop 2 now? Destroy desktop 2. There we go. I hit some kind of weird key combination and it created another desktop. I didn't even know you could do that. All right, anyway. Function. Is anybody watching when that happened? Did it just go to my, did it go to black or did it go to, did it change at all? Or did it go to a background screen? I'm curious now. I guess I could look at my own VOD to see what happened. Showed my background. Huh. And my camera. So OBS sort of worked then? Interesting. And hello, thank you. Sorry to unlurk you, but I appreciate the feedback. Let me give you a point. There we go. Play sound. The game chat we need simulated. I already did this. This was here. Right here. Yeah, like, I just didn't know the key combination to go back. I figured out if I do Windows key tab, then I could see all the all of the desktops in one place. Oh, well, welcome. I'll say the Chilean. Or do you want me to say kink? Anyway, let's see. Kink is alright? Yeah, I like the short names. Alright. These are all the mocks, so what else do I need to mock? Destroy entity, I need that. There's no self for this one. It is entity. Update character or health I have. So let's just put this one in its place. This is destroy. And I need roll damage. Okay, anything else? Math random. That's down here somewhere. Let me pull it up. Right, random count for rolls. Okay, how many paths through this code are there? We either hit or we miss. If we hit, we'll kill the monster or we won't. So there are 3, so we really only need 3 conditions. Let's do a hit, and then no, let's do a miss, and then a hit, and then a third hit where they die. So first attack misses. Second attack hits, but does not kill. Third attack hits and kills. Those are the 3 conditions. Now, what do we expect for the random rolls for hit? It's if they roll a natural 20. Okay, so maybe we'll have one of the hits be a natural 20, and the other one will be that it's greater than or equal to the dexterity minus 5. So the dexterity. So I need to set up an enemy. Sure. Bane of Cthulhu sounds good to me. But that's a class. We'll turn it into an actual monster. To turn it into a monster, it is oh, it's just passed in. So it's not even looked up. So it's just a local then. Monster. And what do we need from it? Hit points max. So let's give him 10 hit points. Hit point max is 10. Dexterity and armor. Anything else? There's a loot table. Oh, and I didn't mock the drop loot either. Let's mock drop loot. So that's loot table. Position and time. So then you just put something for loot. Lots of gold. Sounds good to me. And is that it? I don't need the type or I don't need the tile or the tile set. And I don't need the cap, spawn range, or limit. So that's those are the properties of a monster that are used by the attack function. Loot, armor, dexterity, hit point max. Cool. And then I need a weapon. It's the weapon used by the player against the foe, and the weapon we need the damage, bonus damage, number of rolls damage die. So DN, so it's 1d8 plus 2. 1d8 plus 2. In Dungeons and Dragons speak, right? And I don't need anything else. And then position has an x, y, and z coordinates in it. So local position, x equals 2, y equals 4, z equals 42. Why not? Time is just passed through to the loot. So we'll just put anything we want here. Time equals 123. Oh, I need to simulate pull aggro too. Put it here. Okay. So given that let's see, what are the properties here? Dexterity, right? Given that the dexterity is 17, 17 minus 5 is 12, so we need to roll a 12 or higher. I would test that condition though. I probably need to make the dexterity very high. So actually we can adjust the dexterity after the first hit. There's nothing that says I can't. So let's do swing and miss. Swing and hit by rolling a natural. Actually, this will be the third one. Monster dies. Swing and hit by rolling a 13. 13 is greater than or equal to 18 or 17 minus 5, right? I have no idea why I hard-coded a minus 5 in there, but we're going to test against that and put it there. Y minus 5. It's hard-coded in the attack script. To do. Figure out why the minus 5 is in there. And make it a constant. If we really need it. I'm just kind of commenting while I'm speaking out loud because I don't want to modify the script. I just want to make a test to make sure that it does what I expect it to do right now. So this one will give the monster supernatural dexterity so that the only way to hit would be to roll a natural 20. So that to adjust the monster, monster.dex equals 999, right? So it's not possible to hit that way, so it has to be a natural 20. All right. So we're going to roll swing and miss by rolling a... actually, let's make that exactly. That doesn't matter. Let's just say 11. 11 is less than 17 minus 5. Let's move this comment up to here. Okay, so it's 11, 13, 20 are the 3 rolls. So what do we expect for min and max? I expect 1 and 20. And then the roll will be 11, right? Second one that does not kill is a 13. Third one is a 20. Those are my 3 rolls. And then to the damage roll. So we'll get the... So first, copy the same scenario here. First one misses so that there's no damage roll. Second attack hits but does not kill. So we want... If they start with how many hit points? 10. So let's do like 8 damage. 8 damage. 10 minus 8 is 2. And then third attack hits and kills. So like 3 damage. 2 minus 3 is -1. So the rolled damage is supposed to return a number, right? So let's call this roll damage count. So there's no, it doesn't get called at first, and then this will be an 8, and then the third one will be a 3. But it's the same mechanism here. Only it's roll damage count, and I don't have these two expectations. And there's not a dot roll, it's just the number. Cool. If we go out of range, it'll be nil, and that's okay, right? I guess I could put an assert. Should probably put an assert here. Moon unit assert less than, right, no, less than or equal. That roll count is less than or equal to the size of rolls. So it can be 1 or 2. But if we get to 3, it won't be less than or equal, so we will fail. Should probably do the same thing down here. That the roll random count is no bigger than the rolls. Okay. And then these, we're just going to add updates. Type equals loot. Copy position and time. Actually, position, is that a table? Yes. Okay, then the NPC has to have a position then. Okay, so let's give the NPC a position. Okay, so I need an entity number too. So monster entity is, I don't know, 10. I don't have any other entities, right? So then I need to make, we're going to end up looking up the position, so. Well, why is position passed in then? Why are we looking up the position if we already have it? Is that a bug? I think that might be a bug. We already know the position of the NPC, and yet we're looking it up here to drop loot. Okay, so can I fix that now? Just by not expecting... Yeah, we'll fix that. Just by not actually looking it up. So we won't create a position entity. We'll just expect that it's used. Okay. Cool. Call this one aggro. There. What engine do I use? I made my own engine. So there is separation between the front end of the game that you play in, which looks like this, and the back end, which is in the server. The front end is all in JavaScript with, I use libraries like React and Phaser to draw the graphics and the HTML and all that. But the back end is C++. Most of it I hand wrote. Two big components I didn't, which are the SSL for security and the zlib for compression. Everything else, though, pretty much wrote myself. And in order to make the game more flexible, I have the scripts that the NPCs run and other things in the game are written in Lua, and they're integrated into the game as components. So like the stuff that I'm testing here, like the attack system, I could edit it in-game directly, and it's applied directly. And because the backend runs a Lua interpreter and has C functions are kind of glue layer between the engine and the Lua can affect the game and vice versa. How long did it take me? It took me 272 streams. So, and that's roughly 1,115 hours. Now, granted, not all of that was on the game engine. For the first few months, I was doing like very low level stuff. Like I it's kind of hard to see that. I started just with something very simple, making a URI wrapper, and then I made UTF-8 for Unicode, and then I pulled in legacy code to do the net code, so to speak, and then I made a web server and did a JSON class. I did WebSockets. For the first 100 streams or so was all fundamental stuff, and then around like was it like around November or something like that, I decided that I would make a game out of it. And yeah, so it's like maybe a roughly 1 year on making the game engine, and maybe a few months before that just making low level stuff. You used to say C++, so you never saw any? That's because these days I've been working on the Lua stuff. But occasionally I'll flip to either Python or C++ recently. The C++ part of the game engine is almost done, really. A lot of the work is going to shift towards the scripting and the front end. Yeah, I don't expect a whole lot more C++ changes. Is that right? Actually, there's probably going to be more tweaks as far as like there'll be other game commands that the player front end can request, but mostly it's going to map to the entity component system. So like if we look at one of these entities like George, there's all this data associated with either an NPC or a player. And so a lot of the game, so to speak, is in the manipulation of these variables and then how to present it to the player. Like the fact that there's gold there now is just the creation of an entity with 3 components. The item has, when is it going to despawn from the world? How many can you stack it up to? What is it? What kind of thing it is, and how many? And then there's just the position where it is in the world and how to display it, what tile to use for it. Hey, let's make it look like a chicken, right? Now the gold looks like a chicken. Make it look like gold again. So the game content will mostly leverage just how to present and how to interact with these game components, and so that framework is mostly there now. Your sockets library is just a bunch of mismatched socks. Sometimes I feel like my sockets library is a bunch of mismatched lines of code. I guess if socks and lines of code are equatable, then me too. George scares you because you're reminded of Pennywise the Clown? Oh, because he's down in the sewers saying, follow me? Will the switch from JSON to raw still happen? Yeah. So that'll be one change to the engine, in that I'll be adding more code to encode messages and state in a binary format and not keep the original JSON around. So there'll be some C++ work there. Yeah. Hey there, said who? How are you doing? We have unlurked you successfully. Hi. What's up? Just working on unit tests today for Lua scripts. So we're testing the attack system, the script that is used by players when they attack monsters. So the roll to hit, damage roll if they hit, the fact that it tells the front end to show the particle, which is the little hit graphic, and then play the hit sound, and then deduct the hit points and kill the monster and drop loot if they die. So we're writing a unit test for that to make sure it works properly. Yep. So a lot of it is mocking the dependencies. So we're going to just record whether or not things were done and simulating all the random things. So here are all the simulated damage rolls, and here's the simulated attack rolls, right? Miss, hit, hit. The miss doesn't have a damage roll. The hit for 8 points, hit for 3 points, and then the monster's dead because they only had 10 to start with. A couple things I need to do here also, though. Destroy entity actually doesn't need to do anything, but update character health does need to do something. Let's move the monster descriptions. Actually, let's move all these descriptions up to the top, because what I want... update character health to do is say if entity is oh, we need to give the monster an entity number, don't we? Yeah, let's assign a random number. Monster entity is 8. No, 81 or 85. 85 filter, right? If it's that, then we're gonna need to modify the hit points, right? So monster.hp equals HP. In order to simulate what the game would do. You're not really that into unit tests. But for me, the reason I'm doing unit tests, Setu, is that I was working on the script for George to pathfind around and attack these slimes. I kept running into bugs, and at the end of one of the streams where I had spent several hours getting stuck on bugs, I realized, you know, I'm getting stuck on bugs because there are bugs in there and it's hard for me to see them. Why is it hard for me to see them? Well, the tools aren't as good. I don't have as much visibility. One thing I can do pretty quickly is just make unit tests, and that will give me more, not direct visibility, but more insight into what components are failing, right? And then I'll build larger things out of smaller things that have been proven to work with tests, so that the bigger things are more likely to work without problems. So it's not a one silver bullet. I'll still probably have bugs in integration and things that just aren't caught in the unit tests, and so if I get stuck more still, I'll probably look into like how do you debug Lua and that kind of thing. You can print, but you can't, there's no like single stepping through with debug breakpoints and that kind of thing in Lua yet. I don't know how to do that yet. So I might have to look that up. I'm going to see how far I can get with just unit tests. If the unit tests are successful, then I would have fewer, if any, bugs when I try to write scripts that pull together pieces that are tested, and so then maybe I don't even need a debugger. We'll see. I'll be optimistic. If it fails, I'll just do the research, try to find a debugger for Lua. Launch particle. We just need to make sure that this is done, right? Same thing with play sound. We'll call this particle. Path is path. Duration is duration. Do I care about this? I think I do. Those are constants, right? I probably forgot to mock those. Yeah, these constants need to be mocked. Hit duration, 7. Hit tile set. This should just be any old thing, 99, right? Hit tiles 3. And hit sound is boom. Could be anything I want. And play sound will be a sound. It also has a path and a duration, but it has a sound instead of a tile set and no tile. There we go. So these are just mocks, and what we're doing is we're just making a new table and adding it to a list called updates, and at the end we'll just make sure the updates are what we expect in the correct order. And along the way there are some side effects that we're checking for, like are we always told to roll from 1 to 20, for example? That's what these are doing, and this makes sure we don't do more rolls than we expected. Same thing here. Expect that chats always go to the game, that kind of thing. And then the side effect of actually updating the character health. If I didn't do that, the monster wouldn't actually die in the test. I think that's all I need, right? For the arrange. So, swing and a miss. So that is attack. We'll fill in all the things here. Well, thank you for the follow, by the way. Didn't make a player entity, did I? So we need to make that. Local player entity, 77. Actually, because I can just have a check right here, right? What if I just do, because it's always gonna, it should always pull aggro off of the player. I can just do an expect equal player, well, hold on. Let's, use a different word here. Test player entity. test monster entity. And then I could expect, that's what we expect here for player entity. And actually I can do the same thing for NPC entity. That should be the test monster entity, and then I don't need to actually do that. I can just keep it simple. Hey there, Ramy. How are you doing? Wowee. How are you today, sir? Are you my nephew? Over there in the EU? That doesn't work? You try new stuff? What do you mean? Why not try new stuff? Might be like my long-lost nephew? If so, then my brother's got have some explaining to do. Nephew from another continent, yeah. Could be. What else? Oh, the only thing that should be destroyed is the monster, right? So expect the monster as the entity destroyed. And we'll keep that simple. The only thing that should be chatted to is the player, if that happens. So I don't need to list the entity or the... Well, the message will keep a... Do I need the message? No, they're different chat messages. Okay. That's all correct. Actually, the tile and tile set, we can put an expectation there. We expect hit tile set for the tile set, and then, oops, and then the hit tile for the tile, and then I can abbreviate this. Actually, duration also I can expect. The duration. Path I'm gonna leave in there. I'm okay, Ramy. That's like brother from another mother on a whole new level. Arrived an hour early at work this morning due to winter time going into effect. Oh, shoot. That's happened to me once or twice. I show up at work and I'm like, where's everybody else? Oh, time changed. Mostly that would happen to me before clocks updated themselves. Back in my day, you had to adjust the clock yourself manually, both ways. Nowadays, you kids have these clocks that update themselves automatically. You have to adjust your own clock? You don't have your watch or your phone doesn't change the time automatically? The only two things that I still have to adjust manually are my alarm clock and the time on my microwave. Everything else like self-adjusts now. You use an old school, you see there, me too. Old school alarm clock. Yeah, I have to adjust that manually. You smack that damn thing. If it wasn't old school, it would just be destroyed when you smack it. I hear you. Actually, I don't have to do that. I can just expect, can't I? Expect test monster entity or entity, and then I don't need that or that. I can just do that. Actually, the time should, let's just say test time should be what we get for this time, right? And then I don't need to put the time. Okay. Also, I think I don't need to put that position. We can have test position. I know it'll just be the test position in a list by itself. So I don't... Yeah, I can do an expect here. Test position for the path. And then leave it out of this. Actually, I can do the same thing for sound and duration, right? Duration... I already have that. Sound. And cut that out. Cut the path out too. So just particle and sound. All right. Message is different. Position I can expect. That's just position, a test position for position. Leave that out. Oh, also I can expect certain loot, right? Actually, it's monster.loot for the loot. Loot. Lots of gold. Cool. So this should be easy. Right. So this is test player. What's used out of player? I don't actually think anything is used. It did used to use player, but it doesn't anymore. So I can put nil there because it's obsolete. And this is test monster, and then monster, weapon, test position, and test time. Okay, and then attack again, and then the third time, and then assert. So this whole block is the arrangement for the test. This whole block here is the act. Hey there, Manez. Or Manez. The thing about watches is you can always set them to the wrong time, but like you can do that because a few seconds. What's this? Yeah, not always. Occasionally, I think about what will happen if, like, the internet would go down for a long time. We would enjoy the fact that some of the old things we have are still old school. Like the alarm clock will still work as long as we have power. What if the power shuts down? Maybe we should have a mechanical clock just in case. We'll end up looking at the sun to see what time it is. Wait for the Wi-Fi to come back so you can see the time. Hey there, Superino. Your end goal is to develop an MMO. That's a lofty goal, which I share. Tips, trips to become a game dev. Let's highlight that. Superino asked tips and tricks to a beginner game dev. I would say check out the words of advice I have there on my notebook. Begin small. Make tic-tac-toe or something very simple. And then when you successfully make tic-tac-toe, you could move on to a more complicated game like blackjack or poker or something else like that. Work your way up. I wouldn't try to make an MMO from the very first get-go, but make something small and achievable and build up. That'd be my biggest tip. Also, just the general new to programming advice, which would be pick projects that you enjoy working on that keep you motivated and that aren't too large in scale to start with until you get going. All right, the assert is all the stuff at the end. Oh, wait a minute. Do I need this stuff? No, I don't need this stuff. I just need this. Actually, let's just erase all of it out here. Right, so it's moon unit expect equal some huge amount of things for updates. Okay, so the first swing and miss would be, what do we expect? We're going to expect pull aggro. Actually, let's get these two. So for first attack that misses, we're going to have a type equals aggro. Pull aggro, and then it's going to do a roll Should I put that in? No, it takes care of it. The rolls takes care of itself, right? It'll miss, so we'll get a chat. Message equals you swing and miss. Second attack hits but does not kill, so it'll be an aggro again. And it will be you swing and hit for 8 damage, right? The damage is 8. Let me try to catch up with chat. One of your roommates doesn't do their dishes for a long ass time. I remember that, Spherus. Oh, what the heck was that? Oh, it was a bit. Hey there, Not Sane. Thank you for the bit. How are you doing? Spherus, you have to find a creative way to get back at them. Yeah, they are the worst sometimes. Well, but they each have their quirks, right? Everyone's personality is different. My daughter's very creative and would probably have a lot of things for you to try, Spheres. Yeah, ways to get back at them. Like, you just hide all their dirty dishes and just round them up into a black trash bag. And then when they're like, where are all the dishes? They're like, I don't know. I don't know what happened to them. Evil. Okay, so we'll get a particle and a sound. Particle followed by a sound. And then a health update. What else goes with a health update? Type, hit points max. I don't need to see the hit point max, right? Because that should just be that. We can do a moon unit expect equal monster dot hit point max for hit point max. And just include that. And why do I have type equals type? I don't know. That should be NPC. Type. So it's just health and hit points. So right, the health goes down to 2, right? They're not dead. Okay, and then the third attack kills. So you swing and hit for 2 damage. And then it should also say the horrible monster is dead. And that comes after the particle and the sound, right? And then it should do a loot. Type equals loot. Did loot have anything with it? No. And then just destroy. And that's it. Try it out. Potatoes and onions? I found onions hard to use. Potatoes are awesome because there's several ways you can cook them and use them. Double baked potatoes are an interesting thing that I made like a couple months ago that was took a lot of work, but it was pretty worth it. Yeah, onions are tricky though. Yeah, but what do you expect onions to do? Like my kids just pick them out of their food anyway. That's true. They do make vodka out of potato, don't they? If you get the sweet onions, yeah. Right. Maybe that's the problem. I'm not getting the right kinds of onions at the store. Did my test run or not? I didn't even run. So that means, yeah. Too many C. Okay, that means there's some kind of recursion. Yep, that's wrong. This should just be attack. It recursively required itself. All right. Actual value missing X on line 34. Okay. The actual value was missing X, really? Huh. From 111. From the second attack. Right, so the particle is missing an X coordinate in the position for some reason. Launch particle. Oh, I didn't test the zone either. This should be test position Z for zone. Oh, it's a tuple. Okay. So it should just be this. Test position .x, test position .y. I forgot I did that. All right. That's a good thing to catch. That's there too. And the zone should also be checked here. Oh, shoot. Run. Oh, instead of 2, the actual was 3 damage? Oh, that's right, I did 3. 3 damage. Loot, expected loot actual was destroyed. Did it not loot? Did not drop loot? If npc.loot, then... Oh, it looks... Oh, right. This is the bug that we found. That it looked up the position even though it already has it. So let's fix the bug. The bug would just be, just drop loot. Like that. We don't need to do that. Yay! We did it! So I'm getting really good, if I say so myself, in cooking shrimp because my kids really have been giving me a lot of feedback lately. And we cook shrimp every couple weeks, and I found the secret is a lot of butter and salt, and double the amount of lemon juice that you think you need. Butter, a little bit of olive oil, a whole onion, a bunch of garlic, not too much garlic, but just a little bit, 2 lemons, and you simmer them until they're cooked. You don't fry them. At least that's the way I make it, and my kids really like it. So, reminding me of that when you talk about onions, because I've chopped up the entire onion last time and seemed to work pretty well. Left-handed people have a higher chance of finishing their exam on time than people with no hands. Yeah. Bunch of garlic, not too much, just a little bit. That's me, Spherus. Words come out of my mouth before I'm done formulating the phrase, and so in my mind it was like more than 1 or 2 pieces, or I don't know what you call them. A clove. What's the part? If you take a clove and you break up into pieces, do you call those pieces of a clove? I would say like 2 or 3 of those, whatever that is. Okay, but what's a whole? What's a whole garlic? It's not 1 clove then. Is it a bunch? I don't know these names. Names are tricky. Yeah, I frequently will say half a sentence and then realize I just used the wrong words there. I shouldn't have said bunch. So then I have to like backpedal and I have to say not too much, just a little bit. Wait a minute, I don't understand, Manas. What are we talking about? Netflix account, 29 January? I don't know what to do with that, but okay. All right, I'm moving on because attack was actually that's a good check-in point, right? Because there was a bug in the attack script. So attack. No need to look up NPC position already given. That is commit that, and then we're gonna add unit test for attack script. And that's not a leak, it's a test key. So don't get your hopes up. Like debating everybody every time I do that by accident. It's showing a key and they're like, oh, he's leaking a private key. Like, nope, just a test key. All right, attack. Combat. No, I don't have combat yet. Is that next? Combat, how big is combat? Ooh, it's more work. Okay, it's a special kind of game system which deals with the attack event. The event has a player in it. What else does the event have? A direction. So it's a player and a direction. Given a player and a direction, we're either going to attack something or not, and if we're going to attack something, then it might not be attackable. So I should have a situation where there's a player and then they try to attack in 3 different directions. One where there's nothing to attack, another one where there's an NPC that's not attackable, and a third one where there is an NPC to attack. And we should also check the attack cooldown. Find NPC is really just looking up NPCs that are certain positions, right? So I don't have to worry about that so much. Attack check is... Oh, so yeah, we should have a test to see that they can't attack when they're dead. Okay, let me just make a copy of this. Oops. Make a copy of this. Combat test. Combat. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Let's just start by arranging the scenario. Situation. Player and 2 NPCs. Player attacks in a direction where there's nothing. First attack. Nothing there. Second attack. Tried to attack an unattackable NPC. Third attack. Attacked an attackable NPC. Fourth attack. Attacked too soon after previous attack. And then 5th attack. Tried to attack while dead. You don't want to attack while you're dead, because bad things actually. What it just says, you are dead and will not attack. And then what was this for? Find a weapon, but then I had a default. Right, the weapon can be nil. And if there's no weapon, there's a default weapon. This is your fists. So you do 1d4 plus 0 with your fists. How's the stream gone today? You've been otherwise occupied, so you couldn't watch? It's okay. The chat in a little... the chat has kind of gone on different tangents, but that's fine. See you, Spherus. Thanks for hanging out here. You're already more than halfway through that time. You got reincarnated as a slime. You started it yesterday. Sounds cool. A plus on a blood test you didn't study for. And yeah. Someone would say, I only got a B. Blood test. Okay. Right, so let's just arrange the player 2 NPCs. Okay. So let's just keep that at the top, actually. So the arrange let's put the acts in there. It's just combat and then time. The event, I think the event, no, the event is custom every time because the event has a different direction, and the direction is a key. So we should also have it make sure it doesn't do anything if the event is not an attack. Sixth attack, not really an attack. So this first one will be like type equals attack. Player equals, we'll have 10, well, it's a test player entity. Part of the arrangement, right? Local, that is 10, so I don't have to use magic numbers. Local, don't want to use magic numbers for the times, but I do have to do that. Actually, I'll do it a different way. So we'll do test time equals 123. Direction, right? So the first attack is nothing there. So let's say that's to the left. Second attack is, let's say up. Up is a unattackable NPC, and then D to the right is, there's an attackable NPC. And then attack again, but it's too soon, and then we're dead. And the last one's not really an attack. Like that. Okay. So we'll need to arrange the player information, right? It does an attack check, so it's going to look up the player. From the player, it's going to look up hit points and items. So we need at least hit points and items. Game.components.player test player entity equals hit points is start out with 10 items is it's going to loop through and find one that has a type of sword. Okay, so let's have an attack which is not using a sword. With a sword. I'm going to have to update all these numbers now. So that means we'll attack twice, once with a sword, without any weapon. So we'll start off with the sword. So let's just do a single slot. Sword entity. $11. And game components item sword entity. From that, it picks out T. So T is sword. It's also going to pick out, it's going to use it as weapon. Where does it use weapon? I think it just passes weapon. Okay, there's also a cooldown. And if the default is 0.5, let's make the swords cooldown a little bit longer. And we're going to check for that. It's going to come through as the attack cooldown. All right, and I don't think I need any other things. Well, we could put, that's what the weapon will be by default if there's no weapon. I'll just leave it like that, actually. Okay, now what else? What other components do we need? Combat, please. Do I mock that? I do not. Probably should, though. Oh, I can just do that. Yeah. We can mock that. Because it's always going to be position and player, right? Yep. So expect position and player and return them. Yep. All right. Do I bother mocking that? Wonder if I could just pull that in. It's small enough, I'll just copy it. I'll make a copy of it here. There we go. What else? Find NPC is there. Okay, so I need to have things at certain positions, so they have position components. So, how did I mock that? I did. Right, and it's just a brute force way. So I just need to have positions. Okay. I need to take a quick break though. When I get back, I'm going to continue to set up this test for testing the combat system. So I don't know how long this will take. I got like an hour left of streaming, right? Hopefully I finished this, and I don't know how far into the NPC script I'll get. I'll make sure that everything else should be tested except for the monster NPC AI script, which is the 1,000 lines, which I'm kind of intimidated about because there's a lot to test there. I might actually break that up into smaller pieces to test it later. But yeah, I'll be right back. Just need to take a quick break. I'm back. Oh, Toulouse said, is it bad you don't know your blood type? Maybe. If you ever get in an accident and they're like, what blood type is he? He needs a transfusion. They'd probably just get your blood type right then and there, but it might delay you getting blood. And again, I don't know. I'm assuming knowing it would just help you get blood faster if you needed it. Otherwise, yeah, they need a universal donor, right? So it might help in an emergency, supposedly, but I don't know for sure. All right. So yeah, coming back to this, I'm sorry this isn't the most interesting stream. I need to get through this stuff though. Need to power through this, and then get back to the fun stuff. If you've given blood, they probably typed the blood after they took it. And you could have just probably could have asked them, they would have told you, oh yeah, you're this. Because they have to know, right? Okay. Right, I need to give things positions. So, the position of the test player. X equals 2, Y equals 4, zone equals 42. Probably I should put something to the left but in a different zone, right? Let's have 3 different NPCs. NPC 1 entity. It's 12, 2 and 3, 13, 14. Right. One, 2, and 3. So I'll put it to the left in a different zone. The next NPC is up in the same zone. The other one's to the right. And the second one needs to have the attackable flag set to false. So we're gonna look them up by NPCs. And this one has to be attackable is false. The only flag we look at there. What else do I need to know? Player needs to have an attack cooldown. Right. ACD, and we'll just set it to 0. For the test where we attack when it's not cooldown, which one is that? Let me take these and put them down here. Actually, I can just do this multi-cursor, right? Ka-chunk! Okay, without any weapon, so we need to clear the weapon here. Player... Or was it player? No. It's this. Items, right? Items is just nothing. No inventory. And then, this one will set the attack cooldown to the... Oh, why do I have time everywhere? That should be test time. This should be test time minus 0.1. And then to make them dead, we have to set their hit points to 0. but we'll clear the attack cooldown. Now they're dead, and this one's not really an attack. Okay. Remove the weapon. There's an NPC to the right. There's another one up, but they're not attackable, and there's nothing there to the left. All right, so the assert moon unit expect equal for updates. Did I call it updates, or did I not even fill that in yet? I didn't even fill it in. There'll be side effects, right? Probably I can copy them from attack test. There'll be a game chat. What else? Attack. And there we can do a bunch of expectations, right? The player entity should always be a test player entity. Yeah, that should always be, it should always be looking up this component. Is that what it actually does? Does it actually just look it up? Yeah, it looks it up. Okay. Same thing with position, actually. But that's not passed to attack. NPC entity. Actually, that might be different, so we'll pass that along. NPC... We can check that, actually. This should be NPC. For NPC entity. Weapon could change. Position could change, although we can look that up. From the position. Time, I think we're just using test time. So make sure it's test time. And then do an update. And, oh, I didn't set the updates to an empty thing, did I? There we go. Yeah, just making sure. And this thing. Attack! So what do we need to carry through? Player, we check. NPC, we check. Weapon. It's okay to do that, right? No, it's not. We might change that. Let's do a deep copy. And that's it, actually. I'm going to see that we attack with the correct weapon. All right, and then what else? Modify component delta. What's another test that does that? This one. Modify. Entity component type, deep copy of the delta. Fine. And what else? That should be fine. Game chat is the only side effect here. I'm looking for side effects that we need to mock. I think that's good. Okay, so we can just expect that the updates are correct. So the first update, so again, I'm gonna take the scenario and split it up. Hey there. How do you say your name? Kugelblitz? 909? Hi. Oh, and someone else chatted and I didn't wave to them. I'm looking for their name now. It's probably buried in the... Yeah, Shady Milkman laughed before and I didn't say hi. You deserve a wave, Shady Milkman. Okay, so attack, nothing there. We'll get type equals chat, message equals, there's nothing there, right? Nothing there to attack. Is that the only thing? Yeah, it returns. It doesn't, there's no cooldown or any other check, right? Okay, so the second attack tried to attack an unattackable NPC. You can't attack that target. Kugelblitz, okay. 909. Third attack with the sword. So you will get, it'll go into attack. Actually, that's what it'll do. It'll just be attack. And weapon. It's which weapon is he attacking with? And can I just copy what I already have up here? Yeah, I can just do that. That's what we're attacking with. The sword entity. And that doesn't change, so we can put it straight in there without doing a deep copy, right? I do change the player's items and their attack cooldown and stuff like that. So I can't use that in any comparison with any expectation without doing a copy. Okay, so if they attack without a weapon, it's going to go to the default weapon, which is this. That. And try to attack too soon, there should be oh, this also, the attack should also have a cooldown, but first this should say you cannot attack. Oh, and the chat should be error. I should include that it's either game or error. So for the chat, let's include like a type, like a chat type. Actually, they're mostly errors, right? Actually, that's a game and not an error. Interesting. Okay. It sounded pretty good, really? No, this is not C++, this is Lua. I'm making my test runner called Moon Unit run as if it was doing a Google test. Not this window, this one. So when I run it, it'll actually tell me, it's actually running a Lua test, but it's making the output look like Google test. That's just so I can fit it into my tools here, which is actually pretty neat. I like that I have this now. So it, I can do test-driven development with Lua now in addition to C++ and have it fit, it fits into the same infrastructure that I have set up in VS Code. All right, sixth attack, tried to attack while dead. That's a different error message. And you are dead is the error. Okay, now when we do attack, there's some other side effects, right? There's a modify. And modify has component entity, and that should match the test player entity. Component type equals player, delta equals something. And yeah, it's the action cooldown. We should expect the test time plus the cooldown of this thing. CD, which is 1. And the second one is with a default cooldown of 0.5. There we go. You can share something with chat, said who, unless you don't think it's appropriate. In that case, I don't know, use your best judgment. You think it's appropriate, go ahead and ask. All right, let's see what I got wrong here. Oh, right. We need to relax the chat mock. Not to expect that, but to include it here. Chat type equals type. And relax that requirement. Actual value missing key chat type. Really? Line 99? Really? Oh, yeah. The seventh one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one's missing chat type. So I guess this probably wasn't a chat message. So the fifth attack is a problem. So let's do this trick where it'll say actual has a different key. Type. Okay, what type is it though? Let's say type. We expect chat, but maybe it's not chat. Attack. Okay, so it actually did an attack. It shouldn't have, because it should have cooled down. Fifth attack, so it should have made it so that the... Oh, wait a minute. It's not minus, it's plus. It doesn't cool down until then. And 0 means it's already cooled down. All right, so go. Yay, it worked. So everything passed. So we tested all those passed through the combat system. And it's fairly easy to read. I like it. Let's check it in. Are you going to ask the question, Sethu, or is it not appropriate? Add a unit test for the combat system. All right, I'm down to the difficult ones, I think. The NPC AI. Unless I missed one. Attack combat. Attack combat. Death tax drop aggro. Death tax drop aggro. Oh, drop loot doesn't have a test. So let's do drop loot next. There's the question. You worked on Path Tracer these last few days. You want to share some renderings. It's in the Discord, but we're also planning to add scene and material editor. The thing is built into C99 and open source. You're just wondering if anyone wants to help. Cool. Sounds awesome. Yeah, I have no problem with a little bit of self promotion from Sethu since you're a VIP. So yeah, anybody who would like to check out Sethu's work. Sethu usually works on I should just give a shout out. Sethu streams sometimes and works on GPU stuff, so graphics, ray tracing, shading, that kind of thing. So it looks like he's made, along with partners, made ray tracing. We can put that up there, yeah. So yeah, anyone who's interested, go ahead and check it out. Yes, you are a VIP. It's because you're a long-time viewer. I think you're like one of my very first viewers. That's cool. It's all open source. Nice. All right, drop loot needs a test. Drop loot test. Drop loot. Let's figure out what drop loot needs. Drop loot. Given a loot table, a position, and a time, it's going to go through the loot table, generate random numbers between 0 and 1. If the numbers it rolls are less than the chance key of an entry in the loot table, it's going to make a new item and create it in the world. Simple enough. Featured chat should work. It didn't come across for you? Here, let's test it. We'll feature your chat and see if it shows up. Oh, it's not showing up. Why not? It's broken. How do I fix it? Maybe I need to refresh browser source and try it again. There we go. Now it's working. Thank you for pointing that out, Rally Monkey. I had to refresh the browser source for some reason. Now you have 8 points. No, you're not going crazy. I might have seemed crazy because I was talking about featured chat and then I would do it and I wasn't making sure that I was actually showing up. Yeah, well, featured chat is what shows that little message down in the the corner over there. And it's I guess technically it's an open beta. So it's not completely done, and okay, it was working earlier. It just broke. Well, refreshing the browser source seems to have fixed whatever it was. I mean, maybe the developer who's Luckiness 11, maybe he's working on it right now. Who knows? All right. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Drop loot test. So we're going to have a loot table. We're going to have random rolls. Thank you again for the follow. Let's go ahead and just do one roll. We'll have 2 pieces of loot drop out of 3 possibles. So it'll be drop loot with a loot table. And does the position matter? Yes. So we'll have to have a position, local test position. What does it need out of the position? X, Y, and Z. So, and we can put other things in there, right? 2, Y equals 4, Z equals 42, foo equals bar. Verified that it doesn't pick the foo out, I guess. Welcome back from your classes, A squared. Hold on. What's the... You improved them at... Hold on. What's the problem? Why are we talking about CMake in build instructions? I think I missed some chat. Because I didn't see where said who was asking about how to build stuff. Oh, you're suggesting an improvement for him. Okay. Yeah, I used to run make or MS build manually, and then I figured out that CMake can do it for me, and then it makes my build instructions a lot more uniform. So it doesn't really matter what you generate things for. Like, so in my readmes nowadays, I'll say that. You just say that. So it doesn't matter if it's Visual Studio or Xcode, this always works. And you don't even need this unless the build system is a multi-target build system. Yeah. So you can even take that and button it up into a batch file or a shell script called, like, build it or something. And you don't even have to remember the syntax there. Just it'll work no matter what you picked for your build system generated. All right, that's the test position. What else do I need? I need a time. 123. You can do CMake. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I guess I assumed I couldn't do that. CMake -- build -- config. Oh, I think the reason why I change directories usually in... Oh, where am I going? Why I do that is because I was always doing... Because you need to do that when you do the generator, right? Because it wants to construct the build system in the current working directory. And so I got just kind of trained to always make the current working directory where the build system should be. And so I just do that. So I didn't know that you could... I guess I did know it because I have a dot there. Maybe I just assumed that it was safest to do that. So you're right. I could just say build there, right? And just do that. Actually, I kind of prefer doing that because it gets me into the habit of always being in the build directory when I call CMake, because sometimes it's context sensitive and sometimes it's not. Actually, even here, it's the relative path has to be relative to where you are. You could put an absolute path there, but then... Actually, the best would be to make a bash script that used that computed the current working directory and then made it relative to that. Because you would know where you put the shell script, right? So you'd know where the build directory was relative to it. Actually, that's what this is doing. So even better would be to be able to run the bash script from anywhere. You would instead of the dot or the cd build, you would put like base build, and then base would be computed from wherever the bash script was located, right? Yeah. All that the CD does is sets the working directory. I don't think so. I think Nui's point was that when CMake is building something, it doesn't use the current working directory directly in any way. They also recently standardized the options to explicitly specify the source and binary directories. Well, that's nice, because it used to be that you had to. It was sort of like there was defaults, and to override them, you had to do some trickery. All right, test time is that. So I just need the loot table, right? Test position, test time. This is a list. That's because we have I pairs. It's going to be a list. And then the values are going to have a CH, an N, a T, bunch of things in there. So we're going to have 3 things. They're going to have different chances. Oh, I'm getting a text. Yep, okay. That's good. So I don't have to leave early. I might have had to go drive to pick up someone, but I don't need to. These chances don't really matter what they are. They're arbitrary. We use N for the name. Let's just be creative here. Gold. T is money. MQ is maybe 100 or something. So there's a Q for quantity, so that's expected to be a tuple. So a quantity range, so like between 5 and 20 gold pieces, let's say. And then that is, we need to mock that. Let's say 10. And then what is this? Oh, this is if it's a weapon, copy weapon statistics. So we'll do that in another item. So this is some gold, maybe? A nice sharp sword. Rarely. Often. Some gold. So this would be like iron sword or something. Sword. Max can hold 1 of it. So it'd be 1 to 1. And then it has to have these extra things. So damage number, 1 roll, 1d8 plus 2. Let's put these all in the same line so I can... Someone reading this will know how to decipher this. 1d8 plus 2 damage. What drops a sword? They, when are we called drop loot? Drop loot is normally called when you defeat an enemy. It will look up the loot table and roll random numbers against the chance for everything to drop. And if it's lower than the chance value, it will drop something. So like 0.5 would mean like 50% chance of dropping some gold. This is 15% chance of dropping a sword. And the number means you'll drop between 5 and 20 gold pieces, right? You'll only drop 1 sword. So yeah, this is meant to be reusable for any time we drop loot and we have a loot table of some kind. So this is a sample loot table. Remember to hack random. Yeah, I got to do that. So we want to make sure that I wanted to get some gold and a sword to drop, but not something else. So I'll have to have another thing that doesn't drop. Yeah. There are other arguments, right? There's a cooldown and a hit. It's a hit bonus. 2. All right. And let's have something that doesn't drop. Um, legendary drop. 0001. Name the Arkenstone. I don't know if I have that correct. Type gem. Only one of it. There we go. Technically 49% chance as it's... Is it less than or equal? Well, no, it can be... The random is 0 to 1 and it's inclusive of 0. So a 0.5 would mean exactly 50% chance, right? So between 0 and 0.5 non-inclusive, so that's half of the space. Inclusive at 0, yeah, but not including 1. So let's double check that, because that... My dad would really give me a hard time about that because he's a statistician. Random. Uniform distribution in the range. So when they say that, that means inclusive, and that's exclusive, not including. Inclusive means including. So it means it could be, it's 0 up to, but not including 1 when they say that. That's if it's given no arguments. Yeah. There you go. There's your little factoid of the day. Okay, so yeah, we need to simulate the rolls. So combat test had some rolls in it, right? No. Attack test had rolls in it though. Yeah, here we go. Here's some random number rolls. I guess we'll put it here. So we'll have 3 rolls because there are 3 things in the loot table, and the min and max will be nils. And we wanted to drop gold, so we'll do 0.4 for that roll. It's not a first attack. 50% chance for gold. And we get some. 15% chance for a sword. And we get 1. Woot. And then an extremely low chance to get the Arkenstone, so that's 0.01% chance, right? A legendary gem, and so of course we don't get it. Feels bad, man. So it doesn't matter what I put here. Server written in C++ sounds pretty advanced. You probably use JS, Python, Go, or similar. I've been using C++ for many years, so I like writing stuff in C++. So there are challenging aspects to it, but also I have a lot of previous work that I'm able to leverage, like this system abstractions library I wrote way before I ever started streaming, and it handles all these things for me, and I have variations for Windows, Linux, and Mac. So it's what you get from C++ a lot of the time is you leverage existing libraries, like compression, the zlib library. It's written in C. It already works. It's been around for ages, so I get compression really easily from that. And then libSSL or OpenSSL to do security, secure sockets. That's also in C, and so there you go. Didn't have to do that. Now, I guess you could argue in JavaScript you'd also have these libraries, but then I tend to think that it's only challenging if you're not used to it or you're missing some libraries. Are you using Boost? No. I use a lot of stuff from the C++ standard library, but not Boost. It used to be in the past, the standard library didn't have so much stuff in it, so you'd had to use Boost for a lot of things, but nowadays, you can get away without using Boost for most things, I think. Oh, sorry. You had asked the question earlier, and A Squared answered it, making the game in Lua. So I'm making a game that uses Lua in the server. So this is the game's front end view. The back end of the game written in C++ is running scripts for things like deciding when these monsters move around. And those are written in Lua. So that's part of this NPC. Do I have it in here as NPC Wander still, or is it just NPC AI? If you look at the NPC AI deep in here, there is a... Where is it? I'll find it, just a second. Yeah, if there's nothing for an NPC to do, it does the act wander. And here's where they decide to wander around. So they'll pick a wander time, they'll pick a random direction, and they'll see if they can move. They will tell the game to please move me there. So that's what's deciding when and where to move these guys randomly around. And if I pick up like one of these monsters and put them within range of George, come on, George. When he decides to attack, and then on that sequence of events where he attacked and killed it, and then we drop the loot, that's all in Lua. So, should I have a command for Scratch? I thought I had a command that talked about that. Where would it be? Can't remember now. Too many commands. I should have like a way I can search my commands, right? From Scratch or in Scratch. I don't think it's in here. You can make a new one. Add comms Scratch. Raimu makes most of his, well, I'll do it later. Let me make a note to do this later, which means I'll never do it. To do add Scratch command with a short blurb about writing code from scratch. You've learned Lua coding, a private server game of the game Tales of Pirates. Oh, cool. Yeah, Lua is also used in World of Warcraft and Factorio and a bunch of other games, but I don't know which ones use Lua or not for sure, but I know a bunch of them do. It's very flexible and small and light, and so I think that's why people use it. All right, let me try to finish this. Actually, you know what? I don't even really need to have that in there. It's always going to be the number. So what if we just cut the crap out, right? And just put the number. And we'll just assume that this is nil. And then we'll return that directly. Okay, and then what's this? What's the outcome? The outcome will be, wait a minute, I'm not done yet. Drop loot calls create entity. That's what we need to mock. Let me pull that from another test, though. Yeah, let's pull it from here. So, merge the mark. Right here. Yeah, so we can just have this one thing there go down to here. Okay, and then what does it create? It creates items. So there will be an item, a position, and a tile. The position should have, okay, we need to mock that. 99. Doesn't matter what I put, as long as it's consistent. Actually, let me just copy some of this stuff. These two. Oh, I didn't put that in the class, did I? Okay, that's got a tile ID and tile set. So let's put it in there. It's right in here, right? It's a TID and TS, ID and TID TS. Okay. It doesn't matter what I put here, right? 15. PID equals 7. 8. And 9. Actually, let me make constants to make that a little bit easier. Loot tile set is 15. Gold tile is 7. Sword tiles 8. Gem tiles 9. Okay. So wherever I have one of these 15s, gold tile goes there, sword tile goes there, gem tile goes here. So then the first item that's going to drop is gold. So this is, the tile set's always loot tile set, and the ID is going to be gold tile. Actually, that shouldn't be in there. That we should remove. Let's remove it here. That's obsolete. Position, that's fine. This should be test position. And now the item. Just because I'm lazy, let's just copy all this stuff. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna say loot table 1 in front instead of loot class. Like that. And this is test time. Okay. Mernin Krasner. So, let's say hi to Bobby and Krasner, Mernin, and Ernius. Hello. Nuclehead. How are you doing? And Mr. Keku? I don't know how to say your name. Because there aren't enough vowels in your name. But hello. Me hurts. Hi. Yeah, so I'm testing a script that drops loot. So this is the Lewis script in my game to decide with rolling random numbers whether or not we should drop loot in the game, and then how that's done based off of a loot table. And here's an example loot table. That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, long time no see. I'm working on making unit tests for my game scripts right now. There's another math random in there. Oh, there is. Shoot. You're right. Thank you, Toulouse. I would have had a problem there. Okay, what do I need to? Oh, and it has min maxes. Shoot. So I need to put this back in there, don't I? Can I go back until I get to that? Just I'll abuse the undo stack for a little bit here. Did that go far enough back? No. There we go. And then I'll put that in the clipboard and then redo. That's called abusing the abusing the undo stack to get the code back. All right, so yeah, you're right. So when we get some, we have to have a min, and we expect this to be loot table 1 q1, right? Loot table 1.q1 max equals loot table 1 q2. And roll how many gold pieces? I don't know. How about 10? and then the sword. So that's number 2, and we're gonna, of course, roll a 1. And then no roll there. Okay. Right, so this is 10. Okay, that's the gold that we get. And then the sword is going to be from 2, and there's only 1 of it. And it has the extra properties, right? The cooldown, the damage, and the hit, and all that stuff. So item dot is dropped, and this is all just copied instead of loot class. And these all have commas. There we go. Same position, and this is sword tile. Cool, done. In production, it's actually not hard-coded. Let me show you where the loot table is. So, how do I start? I have to look up the zone. So like 12,942, right? And then buried in here is NPCs. This is the NPC spawning classes, or you can think of them as prototype NPCs, right? So let's pick one of these classes, 16161. I think that's the slime. And we'll look up that entity. Inside the NPC class is a loot table. So here's the loot table. 50% chance of dropping between 1 and 3 gold pieces. And type money, and here's how to display it. So the loot table is associated with the NPC class, and the NPC classes are all listed in the zone. And the reason for the separation between the zone and the class is I might want to have a class of enemy that is in a different zone but spawned in a different location. Instead of using a scripting engine, have you considered dynamically loading a binary module? Yeah. So I did that in the previous incarnation of this game. It was a ton of work. There are pros and cons, and I wanted to try it this way because the last time I tried it the other way with DLLs or .SOs, in the end, I think I'm going to prefer Lua for quick prototyping because it's easier and less work, but probably for performance, I'm going to want to have binary modules as well. Like, for example, the expensive systems like this NPC AI system that's over 100 line, over almost 1,000 lines long, right? Just the sheer amount of code that's run by the NPCs, the fact that they're constantly being run for every NPC in the game, this could drag down the performance of the server to the point where I might want to port this to C++ and then have this be a loadable module so that I can still work on it just as without rebooting the game. But get the performance of C or C++. So I'm kind of waiting until I need the performance gain before I do what you're saying. But that's a good discussion point. I'll give you a point for that. And yeah, to answer your other question, Ernius, hold on first. You're asking, are you making a game in Lua? Part of the game is in Lua. So the front end of the game is in JavaScript. The game engine I'm making is in C++, but the scripts that are run by the game engine are in Lua. So part of it is Lua, yeah. But to answer your previous question, Ernius, let me post that one up here. That's still showing up, right? Yeah. Where am I saving it? All the entities are actually saved in a huge JSON file right now, but they could be in a database. You can think of these entity numbers as keys and the types of components as different tables or different columns of one table. So it's a big data structure right now. Big collection of data. JSON file for now, possibly a database in the future. I'm picking just a JSON file right now so that I don't have to pull in a complicated database until I have more of the game sorted out. So, when you're building anything and you don't know how it's going to look like in the end, and it's a big complicated system, you kind of want to design things to be super flexible. So Lua scripting is really flexible. Data structures in JSON are really flexible. If I start to move stuff to like a database or to binary structures or binary loadable modules, it makes it a little bit more rigid and takes more time and effort if I need to change things. So I'd rather wait until things get stable and then move things from Lua and JSON to more rigid but more performant forms. I hope that makes sense. Is it time to run the drop loot test and see if it works? I think so. Let's run it. And it failed. Expected 20, actual was num. Actual was 1 for line 73. Oh. Minimum. Oh, this should be 2, 1. I got that backwards. Okay. Actual value has an extra key. Okay, so that's the old code I want to drop, so let's drop it now. Expected 1, actual is nil for the cooldown of 2, 1, 2. So that's the second item, first component, second thing in the tuple, cooldown, expected 1 and got a nil. A nil, huh? That's if it has a DN. Did it have a DN? Oh, that's the first, no, the second item. Yeah, the second item, did it have a DN in it? Yeah, it did. Well, that's weird. Why would the actual be nil? Loot class.dn. Loot dn is 1. 1 is not nil. Oh, wait a minute. No, cooldown. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, it had the key, but the actual was nil. Why would it be nil? It's still 1.0 there. Huh. Hey there, Teston. How are you doing? That's the only thing that failed, though, is the cooldown. Or no, it stops there, right? What if I just comment that out for a second? There's also no DB, so is it that that's missing? So these are missing for some reason. Okay, so the sword's attributes aren't being listed for some reason. Oh, wait a minute, I'm in the wrong place. Dang it. It's these that are not being... Oh no, it does have a CD. But what, it's null? Null. Why would it be null? I guess I can just say, what if it's nil? What, these are all nil? Yeah. For some reason they're being assigned to nil. Why would that be? Actual value has... Oh, right. Actually... CD. Wait, I'm not understanding something. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Is it because it removes it from the table because it's nil? Yeah. So I have to actually say JSON here if I wanted to say nil. Wait, what? Oh, it's a JSON value. Shoot. I know what I did wrong. Well, why does it need to be JSON value? Thank you for the follows. Oh, item is a JSON object, and then we're assigning it, so it's putting a JSON wrapper around it all. Is that just a side effect of how I did the new index then? Here? And I didn't do that in the object? Oh, shoot. That's what it is. Shoot, I'm gonna have to fix that. It's the fact that the unit under test is, it's taking a Lua table and then converting it into a JSON object. And the way I'm mocking that in the test environment is to just have a user data which has the table inside of another table, and the outer table has a meta table. So that when we call new index, and we put new things in there, we wrap them with JSON. Just like the actual server would do. And then when we go the other way, we unwrap them. So I could fix that by doing what? I have to do the same thing, don't I? For everything in here? Shoot. What if I don't do that? What happens? Do I break everything? Okay, what happens if I just do that? So comment that stuff out. Does everything break? Oh, just one thing broke. Interesting. Just death tax broke. Okay, we'll fix death tax. I think we're going to keep that. That's what it should have been. I'll have to figure out what broke in death tax, but the good thing is the drop loot is now fixed. Cool. So let's fix what broke in death tax then. Actual value missing key 1 on line 20. Oh, 1 delta items value. Delta items this value. This one. Oh, right. It's can I just say nil there? It doesn't have a key 1. Death tax. How does it actually work? It's grabbing the table and it's setting something to nil. So it's removing a key. Can I just say 1 equals nil? No, it doesn't even have the key. So then how do you, because that will make the tables not line up, right? Actually, let me think about this. Let me see what's different in chat right now. I keep hearing the chat message. Yeah, easy in one side, harder on the other. Removing the JSON worked? Oh, was it? No, it's still on line 20. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right, Toulouse. You are correct. Well, will I have a problem with the end one here, though? That will be a problem. It will do this, won't it? It's going to reduce my inventory size. So the way to fix that would be to make it begin with a JSON object, right? Okay, well it is. Oh, no, no, no. I know what it is. It's back here, right? We shouldn't change the size of the table. Does that mean I need to have the table size separately recorded? I think so. I think I need to record the size of the length of the table separately. So we can have like len, like that, and then have this return self.len. Right, and then so it'll still be length 4. Hold on. And I'm stripping the JSON values out, so then I can actually put JSON nil back in here, right? Hold on. No. Shoot, this is harder. Instead of doing that, I the JSON allows you to have a hole in a list, but Lua doesn't. So if I'm simulating a JSON, I do want that, and I want to strip them out, but I also want to allow them to come in. I guess I could augment this. I can have a length, and then I can say, no, not for object, it's for array. Table len, and then I can say, if not len, well, if len is nil, then len equals the length of the table, and then len is len. And then I can have a nil here, and it'll work again. No. For limit must be a number. Oops. Screwed something up. Isn't that a number? Am I not storing it correctly? Does it have to be raw get for the len? Yes, you're right. Another point. Another point for monsieur. Yes. Return raw get len. Otherwise it's going to re-enter the indexer. Yep. All right. That still isn't working. It says it must be a number. It should be a number. Oh, did I do object and not array? That's the problem. That should not be object. That should be array. There we go. Still no. What the heck? Oh, well, I should be saying comma 4 here. But still. The problem is somewhere else. Actually, I don't really need to say. I only really need to say comma 4 for that last one to make sure that that's included, so to speak. Right. Okay. Why is it still not working? Is len not working because... No, that should work. We're storing it there. Is it because death tax uses object and not array? No, it just mutates the list. It's on line 31 that's getting... It's when it does that. Player dot items. Oh, shoot. It's this items. Array. That's what it is. Ah. Now everything passes. Okay, so let's check that in. That was tricky. This is a tricky change. So stop wrapping values assigned into a JSON wrapper, because there's no need to do that. I was just misleading myself. But we do have to store the length manually because Lua doesn't allow a table to end in a null. So so we have to override the length in a few places. So that goes along with, and this was always a bug. That should have been an array from the beginning. And then when we say ends in a null, we have to give an explicit length because Lua is going to say it really has 3 things in it, and we want to say no, it's got 4 things in it. That kind of goes along with that, right? And these sort of go together. Fix issue mocking JSON wrapper for Lua. Death tax test should have been using JSON array rather than JSON object. Lua lists, which are tables with integer keys, cannot have nil at the end. Store the length of a JSON array separately and accept an optional length argument to JSON.array in order to allow a JSON array with nil at the end. Okay. And then no need to JSON wrap the elements of a JSON. In this case, it's object or array values in. No need to JSON wrap the values set. There. Cool. How does that not cause a problem in the main game? The main game, it really is a JSON object. It's just when we're simulating that in the test environment, it's all in Lua, even the so-called JSON wrapper. So this is a big mock of a JSON object, but it's still in Lua. So we can only hold things in Lua. So ultimately, it still is a table, right? This value is still a table. So if we want to have nil as the last element of a list, we have to hold on to the length separately. That's the only way to do it. In C++, the whole thing is an actual JSON array and is outside of Lua and doesn't have this problem. It's a problem specific to Lua, and that the length is not really truly encoded separately. They just go until how does that work? I think it's the way that they track things. It's if you want to shorten the array, you set nil at the end of the array and it shortens it. I don't know. It's a peculiarity of Lua. Okay, let me... Oh, have any opinions on Rust Lang? I don't know anything about Rust. I've heard that people like it, though. So we'll just say drop loot, remove obsolete change flag from tiles. Because I forgot to drop it there. Okay, then add unit test for drop loot. This might be a good stopping point because the last script is going to be a difficult one. I might even do it completely off stream, or it probably needs it's a whole 4 hours for it alone. But let me double check that I didn't miss anything else. So it's attack, combat. How do I put? Can I put these side by side? I'm thinking, is there a quick way to... I want to compare this list with this list. Attack, combat, and then constants don't have a test. Death tax would be next. Drop aggro, drop loot, give sword. Drop aggro, drop loot, give sword, give, has nearby respawn, has room, has save, heal, item despawn, kill. Lava we said we don't want to test for. Map direction, NPC spawning, pull aggro. So NPC AI is missing, of course. Regen, save, systems, teleport, 2 teleports, and the utilities. Okay, so yeah, there we go. The only things that don't have a test are lava, which is an internal testing only, not in production. And the NPC AI, which is a big, intimidating 1,000-line long script that I probably will end up breaking apart. Open Explorer. Can you have 2 explorers side by side, though? Or do you mean like Windows Explorer? I was thinking like do a directory listing and then put it into a buffer and then another one side by side, but yeah. Maybe next time. I just did it the brute force way just now. Okay, I think I'll call it here, and either I will attack this NPC AI script tomorrow, or I'll do that some other time and do something different tomorrow instead. So I haven't figured out which way I'll do it. Yeah, I need to go eat some lunch now. So my apologies that I have to go, but I'll be hanging out in someone else's channel soon after I get something to eat. So let's see who we can raid. You know who we haven't raided in a very long time is Mike in Principle. So hold on, let me get a link. So Mike in Principle is a seasoned game developer, and he's working on his game called Thrusty Ship. I even have a link to it because he released this game early this year. I think it's a pretty fun game. It's an action puzzle twitchy kind of game where you could easily rage quit if you're trying to perfect all the levels. It's really, really hard game. We'll try to get Mike to engage in chat more. He tends to get focused, and his audience is pretty small usually, so might be a challenge. But and he's also got some controversial points of view. So fair warning, he's a little bit blunt. But I do like his game, and I respect his opinion on a lot of things, so we're going to go check him out today. All right, so I will be back tomorrow, hopefully, either working on a unit test for this big old monster or doing something else. Haven't figured that out yet. So anyway, I hope your day goes well, and hope to see you tomorrow. Okay, bye.